Wait, did y'all hear me? I was just a talking. Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary. Good morning, Raging. Good morning, Wyoming gal. Good morning, Tracy. Y'all have a wonderful Wednesday. Um, so thank you for liking these ride along videos. Because it shows you a little bit of history, which I love. But you guys were like, okay, Berg, you got any happy videos? And I'm like, well, no, not really, but maybe we can make it a little lighter so we could switch it up to Thornton Township for a little bit. So this would be the night of the caucus. It was freezing cold this night of the Thornton Township caucus. I was freezing. This was this November? This was November. Um, I think so. Let me just see if I can go back. Hold on, let's see. Um, so I think this was November. It was freezing. December the 3rd, 2024. Okay. So I thought you guys my camera lens have fell out. So it's a little weird, but you'll at least get the gist of it. This was me at the beginning of everything. So I was, I'm a shy person if you guys didn't know. So I was still learning. I didn't even have my microphone for, to get through. But yeah, it gives you a chance to just look back and see what was happening during this whole Tiffany Henry saga. And it was so funny because even though this video was out, along with shout out to the Homewood Chronicle, the Lansing Journal, and the Harvey World Herald, they all had their videos where we were all some of them got in, then some of their employees couldn't get in. So we were locked outside together. And the people on the internet called a lot of us liars. They were like, no, they're lying. They're lying. And that's when I realized like people are so sheep. Like they will just say whatever people want them to say. They won't stand in their truth. They saw this with their own eyeballs happening and call everybody, even the reputable, I'm just blogging, the reputable news agencies, they called them liars. It was right there. It was right there. And they were like, no, they're like, Tiffany was late. Tiffany didn't come. Tiffany bussed in all these seniors. All of that was not true. She had the buses out there for the warming stations. Tiffany came in her Tahoe with Justice and you'll probably see that in this video. Justice and what's her boyfriend? Come on. She was there early. They just locked us out the caucus, but she kept walking in and out. I wish I would have got one of those t-shirts. I could have put it on eBay. I didn't think about it. She had the I stand with Tiff t-shirts with the chest piece on it. Everybody was outside trying to get in. Krigley, the regular citizens that wanted to vote, even some people that wanted to vote for the state senator Napoleon Harris, they were locked outside because they didn't get an invite to the cool kids table to sit there and have dinner with them. You know what I mean? So our votes were suppressed that night. Do I think that Tiffany would have won that night? No, I think that Napoleon would have won fair and square. But I think they were scared that she probably would win, and not enough people would have. They were scared. They were scared. I think that they thought that Tiffany possibly, and I'm just saying they in a loose terms, but maybe the people running his campaign, they thought that Tiffany would do what they would do. That's it. They had took so many steps already kicked. Like if she had to email the Democrats of Thornton Township, which he's the committee man to get on the ballot. That wasn't going to happen. Then she had to find a assessor on her, had to find an assessor on her slate. Well, the most qualified, the best one, and the one you could find in that short period of time they put the rules out was Cassandra Elston, our assessor now. Wasn't going to happen for her to find that. So she was kicked off twice already, in my opinion. I don't know if I have it all the way right with the rules. And she still tried to get there and get the votes. Let the people vote. She still probably wouldn't have made the ballot. But they said, no, freak the people. We're going to do what we want to do. And that's it. And they decided to have a party, right? They told everybody to come out. You had to be invited to the caucus. And then they decided to have a party at like 6 and the caucus was at 7. So the people never left the party and they all said aye. It was the weirdest thing. And I always want you guys to think, if this was your community, how would you feel? It didn't mean it was illegal, but it was like unethical. You know what I mean? Yeah, the bells chimed at the time for sure. Wyoming said these rewinds are connecting the dots. Yeah, and you know what's so weird? It's all gonna just probably backfire one day. Like someone's probably sitting back in the winds, like the Republicans or somebody, just like, yeah, I'm gonna let them eat each other up. You know, it's all gonna backfire. Um, and that's just the part of the that's just what it is. You're not allowed to have an opinion. You're not allowed, they can assume anything about you. Everything's weird here. It's just weird. But here we are. Oh, so I got the Dolton Tattler in the mail from a Blueberry the other day. I'm just so excited so that I can do a story time. I'm trying to figure out if it's better to do it in the morning or if it's better to do it in the evening. So I'm still weighing that. I took some pictures from the book and scanned them so I could put some pictures up. I'm trying to decide, should I come on camera and read it like, you know, like Mama Goose or something like that? Or should I just read it behind the camera? It's just so many things because, man, I thumbed through that book yesterday and saw so many, like all the people who had street names here. I saw them in the book. Maureen Cook did her thing. Some people I went to school with, their family lineage, I think. And I sort of want the people that are in those groups, like Dolton, the way we were, Dolton in the 80s. I want them to be able to um come over and listen to the story time, you know, without the drama. So I'm trying to organize it that way. All right, y'all. So we'll start here with maybe the caucus. And if we have time, we'll go to the skating rink. All right, y'all, hit the like button, consider subscribing. And we have a $19.99 goal that, you know, at first I said I wasn't going to do my goal, but man, skip them. I'm the one that put in the work to get all this content. So $19.99 is our goal. And I appreciate you so much. You have a great day. So let's walk and see. I just got off work. I just got off and we shall see how it go. I literally just got off work. Um, I heard that people were not able to get in. I don't know because we got a text from so many people, right? We got a text from um, well, we got a text from the trustees. We got a text from everybody's complaining they're getting turned away. I don't think that would be fair. That wouldn't be fair. Oh look, the media's there. That would not be fair because we get turned away, and that's our right to vote. Poor Homewood, they like, look, I ain't asked all this. So I just got off work, y'all. So we'll see how it go. I'm a little tired. You know, I was on live early, got off work. Now I'm here with y'all. Let's see if I can cross this street. I'm glad Chicago don't be like you in trouble for jaywalking. There's a Tiffany Hinger bus. And we're right next to the police station. So, so it's a line. Let's see how this goes. Sorry, my camera. Let's see. Is it? Oh, you know what? I broke the lens, y'all. So look how many people. People here. The lights are gonna. These people. So we have to get to the front of that line. I don't know how the traffic is going after this. So we're gonna. I'll call you when you get home. Her code is. So it's 6:47. Let's see what we get going. We got CBS Chicago. Yeah. Just trying to see what happens. I don't know if he's supposed to be filming, but okay. I don't know if he's supposed to be whatever works. I don't know. He jerking a little bit. So I don't know. They're not letting people in. So look, all these people, they haven't let any of these people in. Let's see, y'all. Let's just do an outside view because it don't look like I'll be able to. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for hitting my book bag. I got my book bag on, y'all. Okay, let me let y'all see what's going on. So this is what it looked like outside. So the caucus starts at 7. You see Thornton Township. There's people on both sides. So wait a minute, where's the line? To remind me to hey, how you doing? Hey man, how you doing today? Good to see you. It's just, yeah, so I don't know which side the line is on. We just gonna stand out here and see what we see and go from there. That's it. So let me see if I can see inside the building for y'all. So it's just did they start voting? Don't look like it. They haven't started. But in 13 minutes we got to vote, or they'll wait till we all get in.
They only letting a few in at a time.
Really? Oh wow. So they only letting a few in. So this is not fair.
No.
It's not fair voting. If it's a caucus, there's Tiffany in there actually. We see the mayor.
See Tiffany?
Yeah, she got that pink hat on, right?
Yeah,
you see her?
I see her.
Yeah, she got a pink hat. They go Trustee Norwood.
Yes,
She was out here with y'all. I just think everybody should be able to come in and vote.
Trustee, I'm looking for Trustee Evans.
Well, there go Norwood. She might can direct you. See her right there with the little bun on her head?
Yeah.
She right there, so she might get you to Edwards and
Everett.
Oh, Gray Everett.
Yeah, Gray Everett.
I haven't seen her yet.
That's the one that I signed the thing and stuff with. And they said if you was registered, they would let some in.
There goes Stephanie Wiederman, you guys. You see how Stephanie's walking around. So let's see what happened. Is she letting people in? Let me go around. Yeah, if I see Darlene, I'll get into this door. Miss Esther? Okay. So let's see. So y'all can see it's really unfair. You can't get in. And only a few people, but you see the key people are in there. Somebody got a Team Tip shirt. That's cute. That's interesting. Uh-oh, it's a fight. Let's go out here, y'all. You know, we be in the streets. So I'm a registered voter, but I'm not able to.
Because it's supposed to be peace and love out here. Supposed to be peace and love. Everybody can speak. Everybody got to be respectful of one another, please.
Yeah, a lot of I Stand With Tiff shirt. You see, I Stand With Tiff. That's what they want. I Stand With Tiff. But they letting a few people in at a time. We just out here, y'all. So I'm not sure if I'll get in. Oh my goodness. Everybody got some nice coats though. Y'all know we talk fashion. This a bad situation, but we still gonna talk fashion. We still gonna talk fashion. I can't even see who that is. Hey, how y'all doing? Oh hey. How you doing? How you doing? Are they letting people in? I don't got you on film. I don't got you on. You don't know what's going on. Look, you tired. Look. You in a wheelchair? Oh yeah, I was like, look, you was pulling it hard too, beating traffic. No, you good. Because the police station right there, they wouldn't let you, they wouldn't stop. But you was getting them across. Okay. Y'all, you was getting them across. Y'all know me. I don't put people on camera if they don't want to be. Okay, so I just want this on the record. All these people will not be able to vote. They won't be able to vote. They only letting 3 people in at a time. You gotta know somebody to be somebody. Ain't this crazy? Whew. So, y'all let me know what you think about this. Let me know what you think about this. Yeah, it's a lot of people. And if you got the I Stand With Tiff shirt on, they definitely ain't let you in. I don't know why they put that on. I would have put like vote for Napoleon. That would have been on my shirt. That was Terry. That was Terry Young I was talking to. We got another Team Tip shirt over there. Y'all. Andrew Holmes is out there standing in the. Y'all see him? He's standing at the door, trying to get in. Walks in. He's trying to get in. Look, he at the front. Can't even get in and up. Whoa. I think it should be that everyone that came, because we all got the text messages to come. They letting people in the.
I can't get to the door. That's why I keep telling you.
No, it's cold out here. People are gonna start turning away. So this is a good strategy. You know what I mean? I don't have any gloves on, but this is a good strategy. Look at all these people, y'all. Let me look right over there. Now, we in the cold, y'all. 7 o'clock. They told us to be here. I don't see. I ain't see nobody. Let me look through this window one more time. I ain't trying to be in your. How you doing? Okay. So looking in, they're letting the people they want to let in, you guys. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. It is what it is. Wait, let's see. I heard somebody say they voted. Did they vote? Did people vote? No, I don't think they can vote till 7. Homewood's like, that's it. Got the famous Regina Wardrop looking fly. She looks good. And we just out here. We out here trying to see. You see Andrew Holmes, he up there. He in the front. And it's freezing. Y'all, it's freezing. So the people that's standing out here, they're really, really dedicated. They're really dedicated. If they standing out here. They dedicated. So it's about having patience. They're dedicated. See what's going on. So I got some coffee in my car, so I'm gonna pull my coffee out. And I need to go see if I got some gloves because my fingers are freezing. Look at this line, guys. So for y'all that want to know what's going on with Thornton Township, this is how the people are being treated all over. It's not, my humble opinion, things aren't going to change. It's just what it is. We live here. I hate to be like a Debbie Downer, but we live here. Hold on, you guys. Gotta zip my coat up. Sorry, guys. All right, y'all. That's y'all on the ground. Okay. So, this is just how we're gonna be treated for a while. It's just what it is. The people out here trying to get in. There's plenty of room inside, but they want to know who you're voting for, child, before you get in there. So, like I said, so this could go on till midnight. This could go on till midnight. This is quite interesting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You want to say anything? Go ahead.
My name is Robert Polk. I'm from the Southern Capernaum. We're out here for the event this evening. We like to get inside so we can get warm and get the business taken care of.
All right, get the business for the people taken care of. Everybody. All right. Well, thanks for being out here because everybody. Thank you. If anybody has something to say on camera while you're standing out here, I'm here, I'm live. If anybody want to say anything, just
on while you out here. It's up to you guys. So yeah, the people are out here. Okay, so look like Andrew Holmes got in. Did he get in? He got in. We got how many feet? We got about, I would say we got a block and a half to get in. We got a block and a half to get in, and everybody is so dedicated in making sure their vote count, and that's amazing. Like that's what we could get out of here. We could say, look how sharp this one man. You're sharp. You are sharp. Looking good.
You do too.
You look great.
I'm for Tiffany A.
Do you want to say anything? I'm live if you want to say anything.
Tiffany A. Hennard.
Were you in earlier today?
5 o'clock wait out here trying to get in. These people, the trustees will not let us in.
Really?
Trying to disturb us from getting on in there of Tiffany.
You've been here since 5?
Says 5. We've been standing out here.
What did they say when you got to the door?
They said we can't get in until 6:30 or 7. I think it's after 6 now.
Oh my God.
Yes. People out here in wheelchairs.
Yeah. Oh wait, this is
How many people out here?
yeah.
That's
We got a young man with a cane here. He said, "Yeah, true."
And then the trustee have there to have a party the same day we try to keep our Superman, Tiffany A. Hennard.
Oh
No.
my God.
This is crazy.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Thanks for letting us know because we got here at 7 per what the text message said. So we're getting here, before 7 to vote, and they haven't let us in.
5 o'clock, a lot of people been standing here.
So they had a party before this.
The party before this on the day that we're supposed to come here for Tiffany.
But I don't. Okay, so I think that this may not fall under the Open Meetings Act, so they're able to kind of finagle.
No, they trying to deter us from doing what we need to do for our supervisor.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
They should be letting us in now.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, they seem like they're letting a handful in. I
5
looked
at a time.
5 at a time.
5 at a time. And they just started at 6 something.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. And there's plenty of room in there.
Yes, it's plenty of room.
It's plenty of room. Wow. Wow, you guys. So maybe they can have warming buses for people. There go Nate. Nate, he looks fly all the time. Nate from the Fox 32. You look fly. He look fly all the time. Okay. So, but everybody dedicated, no matter whoever they want to choose to vote for, it's their right to vote. But they're dedicated. Listen. Let's see. So y'all. So y'all, this is all of Thornton Township. I just try to give y'all, okay, look, they moving 5 at a time. Look, they shutting the door. Shutting the door. What's different from this than Village Hall? What's the difference? Now, let's see what this, we know she speaks at the board meeting. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it goes.
I know, right? And we all ice cold.
Don't go nowhere. Stay there. They're gonna let us in. Don't let them deter you. Right. People die for the right to vote. Don't let them deter you. Stay here.
It's cold. start turning away. I'm out here freezing, y'all. Hey, Regina. I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't watching Conscious. Real Magnolia. I'm out here freezing. Your girl Bergen. Oh, I'm freezing. It is cold as heck. I didn't think to wear gloves, but I got my coat. 5 people at a time. Let's see how this goes.
Everybody in there that's on their team. They won't let us in. They won't let us in. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Let everybody in. 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 Yes. Every vote count. Don't go nowhere.
Let every vote count.
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 I know, y'all ain't gonna lie. People are like, nope. So we got some people cut the line. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if they get in before us. Let's see how it goes. Open all the doors.
Open the door.
Open all the doors.
Open all the doors. Open all the doors. Let the seniors in. Let the seniors in. Let the seniors in.
No, I don't think so, Regina. I'm trying to tell people it ain't gonna change. I hate to be a negative Nancy. It ain't gonna change. What's different? What's the difference between this? Now this is y'all look up the Village of Homewood. Okay, look up how many, how much. Look at this building. Look at this building. Look at the occupancy, all of that stuff, right? Look it up.
What's up, Will?
Look it up and see the occupancy, what's going on, and why they chose this place. Look at this young man. Like he said, he got a cane. He's been standing in line since 5:30 with a cane. Let them in. Let them in. Let the seniors in for sure. Let all the seniors in. Maybe Thornton Township could use this as a warming car. They saying it's cold outside. Oh, what's happening inside, you guys? Let me know. Well, I don't think because it's a lot of people that's not just for her. It's people they leaving a lot of people outside. Oh, okay. The Thornton Township bus got heat on it? Okay, so y'all can go to they have the buses.
Because of Tiffany A. Hager sent some buses out there. Any bus that says Thornton Township, like that one right there.
You can walk. You can sit in there warm. Okay.
On there for heat.
I have a question. So she didn't just shift people out here on the
No,
buses.
she did not.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
We got buses out here.
So this.
You show one too. Show that.
Yeah, I showed it. Yeah, it's plenty of them. All right, let's see what's going on inside, y'all. Something going on. They screaming. Hold on, y'all. Tell me what's going on. I'm just myself, Burgundy Blue Commentary. I don't know if you watch me. I just do my own thing on YouTube. I'm on YouTube just showing people what's going on in the township. So I think it's fair that people are able to come in there and vote. Because what's the difference when we're complaining about one open meeting and we don't have the other? We can't get in here either. What's the difference? It's all the same.
They try to deter us for every meeting.
But we all should be able to vote. No matter who you vote for, you should be able to vote.
Amen.
For sure. Somebody want to say something? Somebody else want to say something?
What? Go say it, girl.
God, what happened? Tell us what you was told. I think we all should be able to have the voice to vote. Oh, I'm sorry. We all should have the voice. What happened?
The police, no, all these people out here.
Everybody waiting. So something going on in there. What's going on? The media coming out. What's going on? They voted already? Can you tell me what happened?
Napoleon Harris just nominated himself, and it had somebody basically.
What about us out here?
They wouldn't let anybody in. See, Tiffany tried to get anybody in, they wouldn't let, and they just kept going on without.
So what happened? He's nominated? And so nobody else did anybody nominate us?
They did not let us in.
Wow. So it's over. It's over, you guys.
What?
It's over. It's over. It's
No,
over.
no. That was not right for them to do that.
Wow, it's over, you guys. We caught it live. You guys, it's over. What time is it? Somebody put the time stamp so it happened. So,
It's over when he had nominated himself.
oh my gosh. So, can anybody tell me what happened? What happened? So we were all out here, you guys. So anyone know what happened? Let me know. The media is coming out.
Over.
It's over. It's over. Oh, your coat is pretty.
Sorry, y'all. I was just talking. Okay, so after this is what's so now that you think about it, it's so weird. So this YouTube personality, Cafe of Knowledge. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her. She started covering Dolton, and like she swipes on her pad and stuff. It's different, it's unique, and give content. I was following her, and she did a live stream after this. Now, this is how oblivious I was again to how weird stuff was. So she did a live stream, and then another content creator, he did a live stream, and it was like, my name was in the title about, basically being a liar, all of this stuff about what happened at the caucus. And I'm like, but I was there. I just couldn't figure it out. So a year down the road, Cafe of Knowledge does another video, and she tells us why she did that video. Now, this is how crazy, and I just appreciate her. I want to be clear. This is not to knock her. I got to give her props for being honest with us, because I had no idea why she went off on me like that. Like, I'm a copyright strike you. You're a liar, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm like, what? I'm threatening her guests. I had no idea. All I did was say, we used a clip of the person that said that we were not locked out. Tiffany got there late, and I just inserted my clip in there, right? So I had no idea. So now when we watch this, we understand. So the content creator was Babe Solo, and she convinced Cafe of Knowledge, allegedly, from what Cafe of Knowledge says, that I knew who she was. I was threatening her. She was scared to walk the street of Dolton because of me and Conscious. So me and Conscious was so confused because it was a 2-second clip. I didn't care who her person was, because this is YouTube. You got the right to be faceless, or not voiceless, but faceless and all that stuff. I didn't care who the caller was. It was just the caller said Tiffany got there late or something like that. I'm just paraphrasing. Something like Tiffany got there late and the people were not locked out. And I was like, I was on the out. So I was like, this is from the inside point of view. This was us from the outside point of view. And I actually said in my video, I said, maybe that person didn't know that we were standing out there because they got there so early. That was my thoughts. It was not malice. It was not mean. It was just maybe that person doesn't know. So this now when I look at this, and now when we fast forward to everything going on, I don't know the intentions behind all of that, but now we see why this was going on and how YouTube was able to be fooled. It don't matter if we were there on the ground, because I was there and being fair and just getting the content. It was, I'm trying to get Tiffany into office, and they attacked me like this one person, Burgundy Blue, could single-handedly get Tiffany Henyard back into office against all the bad press she was getting. It's so crazy to watch this. And that night, it was just video after video popping up, Burgundy Blue, you lying, you this, and it was on camera. And to see the responses of people just trying to change what really happened, that added to the voter suppression. Like, it didn't even take all that. If all of us would have got in there, Napoleon Harris would have won. We were on his side of town. We were part of the Democrats of Thornton Township area, in there, holding. He would have won. But you wouldn't have suppressed all these people votes. And it was just crazy how this went down. And there's no way this is right, especially when you're saying that it's not right that Tiffany Henyard locked everybody out. You see what I'm saying? It was a weird night, and I'm so appreciative of Cafe and Knowledge, because sometimes things I be wanting, don't need, but I be wondering or wanting, will I ever get closure on certain situations like it just went left? And that's how I was thinking before. But now we know that people they had to complete a mission, and they were a part of something, and it was to get this lady out of there, even if they lied. It was crazy. So again, I want to thank Cafe of Knowledge for saying and being honest and letting us know what happened that night. So she was trying to protect somebody because she thought by bringing them on her show, she had opened them up to harassment, and that was further from the truth.
It's over 7. What happened? Is Thaddeus on the ballot too?
Yeah, they put them in. Let the people in. Tiffany ain't in.
So anyone know what happened? Can anyone else tell us what happened? We were still outside. Wow. Anybody tell us what happened? We still outside.
They voted her out and made Napoleon Harris the new supervisor.
They voted her out?
Yes.
But why they didn't let the people in? Do you know?
No idea.
Wow. Tiffany Henyard's right here. Hold on. Let's get it. It's Tiffany, Super Mayor. Can you tell us what happened? What happened, Mayor? What happened? Super Mayor. Supervisor here. He's there with the baby.
Now, I'm going to tell you what I don't agree with. I don't agree with Tiffany bringing her baby out in the middle of this. Like, she's not going to get any sympathy points. They don't like Kamal. They hate that. They want to change the baby skating rink name immediately. It's really crazy. So I don't agree with her bringing that baby out in that whole crowd. But hey, that's her baby. And then it's so funny because I'm trying to get her to say something to my camera. And people be like, oh, you're Tiffany favorite. She ain't paying no attention to me. I'm just trying my best to get y'all some kind of exclusive. And she was just pissed.
What happened in there? We missed it. What happened? What happened? You didn't get a chance.
Tiffany, what happened? Go ahead, Tiffany. Go ahead. Wow. Wow. I tried to get it, y'all. I tried to get it for y'all. Oh my God, that is, you know what? No matter who you vote for, you should have.
Morning, Cher.
They said you couldn't go in to vote. So Officer Kamal trying to get the baby in there. This is supervisor. So we were not able to get in to vote, you guys. Look how many people are standing outside. We were not able to get in to vote. We were not able to get into vote. We tried to get an exclusive from Tiffany. We couldn't get anything. She actually looked like she was really done. She just wanted her baby and Kamal. Let's see, we got Keith Price. Keith Price, KB, Keith Price. Oh, go ahead. Let's see.
Before the caucus was to start, Napoleon had a room full of people. We don't know if these people were residents of Torrington. They were not checked in. They weren't properly vetted. They were already in the room. When we started checking everybody else in, they carried on with the vote without all these people even being invited in. Like I told you earlier, this is big.
So people were out here since 5 o'clock.
They voted for all the seats for the township. All these people waiting to still be building the vote. We don't know. I don't know exactly what all happened in there. This is just terrible. This is unheard of. And something needs to be done. The state's attorney needs to look into it. Mr. Nelly from the Board of Elections needs to look into this. It's one thing to win, but let's do it properly and let the people really have a voice. The people's voice was taken.
Who is this?
Oh, Keith Price. He works for the GA Fund at the township. He works on the tip.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 5 o'clock.
They wouldn't let none of the people in. This is
What do you have? You got anything to say about how they did it? Okay, because we didn't get in, so we don't know what happened. So we're trying to figure out what happened.
they just took over.
They took over.
They took over.
Okay.
Napoleon. They said Napoleon voted himself in and his people voted him in.
Oh my
And
goodness.
did not let none of all these people out here are some Tiffany. They had her.
It was a lot of people that just tried to.
Yes.
They're not even from the township. So something needs to be done about it.
So the vote is complete.
We got video of all of them.
The vote that we heard was just my voice, right? That's it. That
What
was
vote did you hear?
when everyone shouted aye.
Right.
That was it. That was the vote.
Yeah, that's how the caucus runs. They nominate their people. You do it by ayes or hold up yes or no. As you see, we had, I would easily say hundreds of people that were not allowed in to be a part of the process.
Will her name be on the ballot?
I'm not sure what will happen once we file whatever we have to file starting tomorrow.
As it stands right now, with her not getting the nomination, she is only a write-in candidate, right? Are you guys content with that? Do you believe that you could win with the write-in candidacy?
I think enough people know her name to write her name in, and I believe we can still win. What you saw here was cowardice. What you saw here was a disenfranchisement of voters' rights. This is horrible. I already wrote a letter and gave you the letter, how I feel about the caucus, period, and something needs to be done about this.
The question we asked, why did you believe that she ran as a Democrat and she could have ran as an independent and avoided all of this? Why didn't she just run as an independent?
Why would she run as an independent when she's always run as a Democrat and she's running as a Democrat in Dolton, correct? So she couldn't run as a Democrat.
And to be clear, she will run as a writing candidate.
I'm not sure about that. I said I believe she can win. Enough people know her name.
But we're not saying she is.
I'm not at liberty to say she will or won't.
It's your personal, I said just the record.
Keith Price.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get Keith Price. Excuse me. Keith Price. Hey.
How you feel?
Hi. Do you have anything? So what happened? Why was the open meetings able to be in place here?
I'm not sure about the opens meeting act dealing with this. What I know is you had a very serious disenfranchisement of voters' rights tonight.
Okay.
By them conducting that vote while we had hundreds of people out here that could have easily won this caucus.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
You know
much.
what? Have a good one, Ms.
You too. You too. All right, you guys. So you know how I feel about it. I feel like everyone should have been let in. Everybody should have been able to vote. Everybody should have been able to. We were out here since 5:30. So 5:30 to now, we all should have been able to vote and do what we had to say. We were not able to get in, so I think that 5:30 they were out here. You saw. I think everybody was voting for who they wanted to. Even it wasn't just people out here for Tiffany. It was people just in general. But I think the party. So this is what happened. At 5:30, if your name wasn't on the list for the party, then you weren't able to get in. So when people saw they couldn't get in at 5:30, and we got a community text to come in at 5:30, when they saw that you couldn't get in at 5:30, they started going home. So the other people who the vote was at 7, so they came at 7. So here we are. Let's see. I don't even see reality checking the rest of them. How did I miss them? Let me see if I see them down here. Let me see if I see them down here. Or are they still in there? I didn't see. Anybody know if Rico and is Rico and Critical in there? I don't know. Wow. I'm ready for this. Y'all, I'm telling you, I'm ready for election time to come and go. I ain't gonna lie to you. But can y'all tell me if Rico's still in there?
I'm not sure.
They still. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, make sure. All right. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. I always ask people first if they want. Huh? They said at 7:00 that Napoleon nominated himself. They all got eyes, and now he'll be the next supervisor on the ballot. Tiffany won't be on the ballot unless she runs as an independent, from what I understand, or writing. Yeah. All right. Y'all have a good one. So here we go, baby. So, child, I'm freezing, y'all. So give me a thumbs up for being in these streets. I should put extra warm socks on today. If I had to tell y'all one thing, I would be like, I think that it's only fair that everyone would have been able to vote. Whether you're for Napoleon, whether you're for Tiffany, whether you're for Nate Fields, you'll still have a chance to vote for Nate Fields because he's independent. I think you all deserve the right, and your right should not be held away from you. So this whole spectacle. Now, I think the only thing I don't agree with is everybody wasn't in to say yay or nay. Now that I don't care whose side you're on, you should really feel some type of way about that, because that means that it won't be no real change, right? Like, let's talk about it. Let's be honest. If they did this to us today, and y'all, if they did this to us, and a lot of people believe Napoleon would have won fair and square anyway. He's the bigger name. He got the bigger budget. A lot of people already figured he was going to win. But if they do that to us now, what's going to happen to us down the line? Am I making sense? Am I making sense?
Well, was I making sense? If they do that to us now, what would happen to us down the line? And guess what? We're down the line. And guess what? We don't matter. We just don't matter. All right, guys, we're going to go into the radio portion. This is more of the caucus. Let me see if I have it. I don't even know what this is about, actually. A lot of people called into this show. I think this was after April the 8th. This was after the big meeting. Let's just go ahead and get into it. You guys have your coffee. Like I said, have it as background noise. Hit that like button so we're in the algorithm over there. And I appreciate this intimate crowd. And also, Yeah, let me know your thoughts. This is when it was safe for people to call in. I don't even remember what happened right here, but this is in April. Let's go.
One thing, when you're doing wrong, you need to be corrected. So I only have one question, Miss Darlene Gray. Do you think that the board is doing a good job right now? Frank told me to ask you that.
Oh. Hey guys, hope all is well with you and yours. We're going to talk about this Thornton Township town hall meeting in bits and pieces. And wow, was it some moments. I want to talk about this moment. This came from Mr. Doncor. Doncor is a 20-year employee of Thornton Township as well as a fellow Falcon. Shout out to him. But you guys, I was a little confused because I recall Doncor being Z Team, of course. He's very in the community and things of that nature. And he was mentored by the late Frank Zuccarelli, who we know Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard was appointed his seat after he had served, I think, 8 terms. So you guys, you know, Frank passed in 2022, and with Miss Henyard coming about, it brought a lot of change. One I did not know was going to be Doncor, honestly, because we remember him possibly being her campaign manager, but definitely being the one the Lansing Journal captured um during her appointment, during the super mayor appointment for the seat. Let's take a look.
She has to sign the warrant, and she's got to take the oath in 9 minutes. Let's go. Put your hands together for your new township supervisor, Tiffany Henyard.
Y'all can have it, baby. Y'all can have that shit.
The question is, when did things go wrong? Because this was such a special moment between the two. I would have thought that Doncor would have been Tiffany's right hand. I'm confusion. Okay, you guys, as I always say, I'm confusion. Okay, you guys, let's get to what happened at the Thornton Township meeting.
I stood here, and one thing we never stood here under Frank is race. Black, white, Asian, or Latin, we all got along. So no disrespect to UTO, but we don't do that here. This is our house. And first of all, we understand one thing. When you're doing wrong, you need to be corrected. So I only have one question, Miss Darlene Gray. Do you think that the board is doing a good job right now? Frank told me to ask you that.
Oh.
You ask me a question, I'll give you an answer. First of all, I sat with Frank for 30 years. I worked with Frank with his first election. So don't tell me about the 30 years he sat here and the people that I worked in the cold for to see that they had jobs here. I am ashamed. You know what? You hire people to do their jobs. And those people are.
Make it clear what you're ashamed of.
No, you don't. First of all,
what should you be ashamed of me for? You're sitting here and you were elected by us, the Z Team, and you know what we stand for, and you're not displaying that, and you know it.
What is the Z Team standing for? What? Tell me this. You tell me.
And Tiffany, you're doing such a good job. No one can contest to you. Frank can't even close to you. I mean, Frank never had his name in the paper as many times as you. He's never been on TV as much as you. I mean, come on, he can't even compare to you. Back to you. Superman.
All right. Okay, trustee.
Answer the question. You're tap dancing out the back
They turned
door.
off the wrong mic.
The question is, do
They
you
turned off the
think
wrong mic.
that you guys are doing a good job?
You can finish your comment, Doc. Go ahead.
Darlene, with all due respect, my love for you will never change, but you know where we come from and you know what we stand for, and you're not displaying that. And if I did something wrong as a young man, you guys would chastise me. I've been with you all for 20 years, and you guys know better. And look at Pepe over there not saying a word.
That's him right here with the black shirt. Yeah.
We ain't gonna mess with Pepe, but one alone stand 1,000 strong. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. When you see something, say something. It's not just a slogan. Now, at the end of the day, who all on that board thinks that they're doing a good job? Cassandra, are you guys doing a good job as a whole?
We can't hear. I am the assessor for the township. The assessor's office. This is part of going there, not your job.
Gotcha.
Just so you know, you can make your statement and move on.
Okay, so basically the question wasn't answered. We know what our standard used to be. It's not the same, and we all know what we need to do now. Is that correct? Is everybody here registered to vote? Okay, so at the end of the day, make sure everybody has their voter registration card. All this back and forth on the media ain't going nowhere. Election day is where we make the change.
Thank you.
Sal, it wasn't a soul living on this earth or not living on this earth that Don Core did not talk about. Frank Zuccarelli, rest in peace. He just was talking about the standards that they used to have as a Z team. He called out Miss Darlene Gray Everett. He called out Pepe. Pepe is the highway commissioner. And please know, I'm sure he knows them well as he's been there 20 years and they have won election after election. He left no stone unturned, but he asked a question. He just asked a question. Do you think you're doing a good job? And because it was public comment, it was not supposed to be an answer. You guys, let me know what you think about this. Let me know your thoughts. Is it
Hey, Cher. Yeah. So Cher said, Berg, I haven't gotten an answer from anybody on my question. Does Stephanie work for INA? Now, Cher, I don't know if you're from Thornton Township, but you have to understand who Stephanie Wiederman learned under. Someone very quiet, someone very subdued, someone who could run around in the background without being noticed, even though he was one of the most powerful men in the Southland, the most powerful man, and that's Frank Zuccarelli. So if you notice, when you go back on these flashbacks, we start to see Stephanie whistleblow, right? Because she got fired. That's what we're told. Then we go from that part to the interview which I always tell you guys to watch. It's called Left of the Center podcast with Mayor McDermott. And she and Nikita went over there and gave an interview about Tiffany. So she started this media train, right? Then we go to where now she's in Dolton, right? From Dolton, now she's sitting up there as the I'm sorry, I'm saying the judge, but it's not the judge. She's sitting up there at Thornton Township for that meeting. Then she goes from that and gets Jerry Jones' seat. Now she goes from that and she gets re-put in as Napoleon's assistant because we've been fighting for her job, right? Then she quits that. She quits that because she feels like stuff Napoleon was doing was not right. And then she says, you know what? I'm going to run for Democrats at Thornton Township. Stephanie is very strategic, very quiet, very likable, right? Not saying it's right or wrong, where the INA comes in, we heard the advocate say she is the secretary for INA. You will never hear Stephanie say anything. Even when the other day, didn't he he was like, I was going to call her and ask about the pizzas or something like that. Assuming. We'll never hear Stephanie say anything because, like Frank, it keeps her in favor of the people that are for INA. And because she never confirmed it, the people who are against INA will still say, oh, Stephanie wouldn't do that. So you'll never hear an answer. You'll never hear her come out and say it, especially until she probably gets on the ballot. So that's my answer for that. It's all a strategy. And if you notice that, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, I just don't know how to say it. We keep being spoon-fed Stephanie. And the whole time she's saying, oh, I don't want to run for this. I would never do that. All I want is the residents to be okay. But the whole time, she never got out the circle of the Democratic machine. When she lost her job, she got another one. Right here in Dolton, Park District. She lost that job, got another one. She never left what we were doing in this circle, period. And it's never been super cheap jobs where she had to work $10 an hour. So just watch what's going on and notice how we were spoon-fed a little bit of Stephanie Wiedemann every step of the way to get to the point we're at now. Now, is that a negative or a positive? That's up to you. Just watch how the movements happened, and it's very smart. I don't think anything's wrong with it. When I tell you how smart that is, that's very smart. She's not moving like a Tiffany where she loud and beating on her chest, right? She's moving like very demure in the background. And oh, you pick me, really? Let's think about how much the community suffered just trying to get her in Jerry Jones' seat. That's on Stephanie's fault, and Tiffany's fault and the trustees' fault. Because Tiffany wanted to appoint someone, which is her right as supervisor. That was her right. She would appoint someone in Jerry Jones' seat. But why did Jerry Jones leave? They started to put allegations of him of molesting. Sorry, I had to say it, but that was the allegation, right? The people in the area, the young boys, they tried to put all that out there. Now, let's be real. Instead of anyone clearing up those allegations, and I'm saying allegedly, but y'all know how that's why he left, right? They started harassing him at his home. So he just quit. So now that seat became open and Tiffany could appoint somebody to that seat. They didn't want that. So what they do? Stop the buses, stop the insurance, stop Christmas, stop the ice cream, stopped everything until she could get into that seat. So it's all about keeping your eyes open and seeing how things went. And share that's part of the whole thing. Presenting. But if you're complicit in all this stuff that's going on, that's an issue, right? That's an issue too. And I'm not saying that she's not or anything like that. I just think that if you look deeper, you'll see how we were spoon-fed a little bit of her, little by little. Everybody's like, she should be supervisor. I'm not saying I was the same way. But why should she be supervisor? What's her qualifications? Other than working for Frank? Because in that case, Nate Fields should have been supervisor, right? Nate Fields should have been supervisor. Y'all didn't vote him in. He worked with Frank, lived with Frank, was standing by Frank, learned everything from Frank. Nobody voted Nate Fields in. Nobody voted in, what's our assessor name? Cassandra Elston, who Frank Zuccarelli handpicked himself. He handpicked Cassandra Elston to be our next supervisor. They didn't even let her in. So why are we being spoon-fed this? Not to say she wouldn't do a good job or anything like that. It's just watching the movement. You know what I mean? And that's it. And I think she learned from the best. Frank was supervisor for 30 years and you didn't know what he looked like. He had one picture for the whole 30 years. So it's all about what, and I think the only way you're going to be able to know this, is to give the politicians a chance that are different. I don't think that now one thing I can say positive is I don't think the same people should be having multiple seats. I just think that should not be. It's a conflict of interest that they have these multiple seats. I just think it's bad. You know what I mean? They can pull off stuff because they have these multiple seats. So if it's something like that, that would be great. I don't know why Napoleon didn't put her on a slate to be a trustee. I don't know why Tiffany didn't appoint her as Carmen Carlisle was the highest paid trustee they had. Why they just didn't appoint her to that seat? It's so many things that people do just because they don't like someone. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying. I don't want to do that or come across that way here because it's not that I don't like Stephanie. I'm just noticing that we're being spoon fed her a little bit, and this is going to be her way in to vote for the people because they could call her out on other things, and you don't want that. You guys will erase all that because you'll be like, "Oh, Tiffany fired her." Tiffany fired her, so she deserves to be supervisor. That's crazy work. You know what I mean? That's crazy work. Because if that's the case, Cassandra Elson was locked out of her office. She should be supervisor when she was handpicked by Frank. Handpicked. So it's very interesting. And I'm wondering why Frank didn't put her in a position to be on this political road. You know what I mean? Because he had the power to do so for working for him 20 some years. He had the power to do so. It's so many other people that deserve to be in a seat as well as her. So that would be Doncor. Why no one would let Doncor in on Thornton Township? Why he gets fired and he still don't get his job back? Nate gets fired, he don't get his job back. No one else in the area will hire them. I mean, it's something to look at. That's all. Time for just a whole new team. What is going on? This is very confusing and very messy. When you think about it, I just hope everyone could get it together. I know that's wishful thinking, but come on, guys, it has to be better. If you see something, say something. As always, take care of yourself and each other. Bye. Hey guys, good morning. How are you guys? Y'all, oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. Greetings, everybody. Good morning. Sorry I missed the live yesterday. I was so busy, been so busy, so I'm trying to catch up. I'm actually late. I thought I was gonna start this live early. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all, when I tell you I saw that freaking that move that meeting was a mess. Today I actually want to talk about the attorney. I want to talk about the Lansing Journal. Maybe we'll get a call in from Mr. Watts. And we'll see what's going on. I didn't have time to organize everything today, so I'll do it later. But I wanted to pop on here and say good morning. Hey, we got Lar calling in. Let's see what Lar has to say. And guys, the call in is in the chat. Thank you. Hey, Lar, you're on live. I don't know if we can hear you, Lar. Is it my fault? Oh, there you go. I can hear you.
So a lot happened at that meeting. A lot.
It did.
And I was watching the replay of the meeting, and there was a lot of civil rights violations occurred during that meeting.
Yes.
So my focus has always been on constitutional rights, and I seen numerous constitutional rights violations in that meeting. Most of them were First Amendment right violations.
Yeah.
But it's good that was all available for the public to see, because that just supports the number one driving factor of removing her. She has to go. She's using her police force as a tool of intimidation, and that's not cool. That's not cool at all. And I was befuddled. There was just so much going on in that meeting, and I again, like I've always been saying, we that aren't in Dolton need to support you guys and your cause. And I'm gonna get off of this because this is your show. She has to go, and she has to go quickly, because she's gonna run that community out of money.
Yeah.
Because when these charges and when these charges start coming at her, and when she starts facing litigation, that's going to be highly to the detriment of that community, because somebody's got to foot the bill for that.
It's going to be so many lawsuits. Yeah.
And they're committing so many civil rights violations practically every time they're on that every law enforcement agency that is interested in prosecuting her, make no mistake, they're watching these videos. And the situation with Las Vegas, I understand that was a civil lawsuit. The city of Las Vegas is not gonna take it lightly. They don't want to be tarnished by her, so they're gonna come after her. And it's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be pretty. She's potentially facing charges in two separate states, 2 different federal jurisdictions. And I'm telling you, it's not. And the people that are close to her are going to go down with her. I firmly believe that even her lawyer is culpable.
What did you think about the lawyer? Her name is Tiffany, also, that was at this board meeting sitting next to her.
Well, she was representing every lawyer that's representing her they're putting themselves in jeopardy. And here's another thing. I support the appointment of Lightfoot. And the reason why is because the people of Dolton do. She was hired by the trustees to do that job, correct?
Yeah.
So that means she has subpoenas. If she is an employee of that government, she is an officer of the court. She's a lawyer in the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, she is.
That means she's an officer of the court. She can, if she's got charges, she's an officer of the court, and she's working the capacity of a official. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's going on in Dolton should not be. I personally get the impression that they're not taking what's going on seriously.
Yeah, because she didn't get out on that recall,
But I don't think that they understand the magnitude of what's going on. They are facing serious time. Yesterday, at that meeting alone, I seen at least 3 or 4 violations of the First Amendment and a couple of the Fourth Amendment as well.
Wow.
Just in that one little, and that was just looking at it briefly. So anyways, I'm grateful for all of you out there that are covering this story. And I'm happy. It makes my heart glad that people are done with tyranny. And these politicians, and it's not just politicians, it's at all levels of government, even at the employee, non-sworn government officials, people that are working in the capacity of as a civil servant. They're putting themselves in jeopardy. And then all of those people that are sworn, like Henyard, the police officers, they all swore oath of office to those jobs. So they're especially, I mean, everything that they're doing that is in violation is under the color of law, under the color of authority. And that makes it even worse. Anyways, I appreciate what you're doing, Burgundy. I appreciate all the people in Dolton.
I appreciate you so much.
It's just mind-boggling to me that they're they're doing these things in front of live cameras. It's surreal. It's absolutely surreal.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna go now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do, and let's support the effort to remove Tiffany Henry. All right, take care. Bye.
Have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye.
That's Lar. Is it NCR? I have to look back in the chat. Thanks, Lar. Yeah, every time I see Lar, I want his hat. You guys know I love a good hat. So I want to just piggyback off what he said, then we're gonna get into that. This lawyer right here, Miss Tiffany, she was the one sitting in the board meeting, next to Tiffany Henyard. So when it got down, I was most disappointed in her. Tiffany was definitely telling her what to do. Shout out to Stephanie Weiderman. She was trying to moderate. You know what I mean? She was trying. I can imagine that was really, really difficult because the attorney kept getting up to tell Stephanie what to do. It was like she would get up and keep on telling Stephanie, "Oh, you have to do this. You have to make sure you tell public comment and stuff like that." Or the super mayor would tell Stephanie, would tell us as an audience, well, what she was supposed to have told you was this. And I'm really disappointed that she would put her law degree on the line for not answering simple questions. And we'll get into that later, but just not even answering simple questions. You know what I mean? It was like, my favorite one was when Stephanie said, you looked up, the meeting, the first agenda said Q&A, questions and answers. And then it went from Q&A to public comment, like she did, like the super mayor would do Dolton, public comment only. And you can't help but see the same old thing. Like, remember when we're at Dolton at the Tea with the Trustees is this Saturday, guys, in Dolton at the Field House, Lester Lawn Field House. But no, I'm sorry, we were at the special board meeting, the secret squirrel meeting rather. It was nothing like this. It was nothing like this. And I've been sitting here trying to think, like, maybe with the super mayor, why does she feel the need? Like, okay, this photo right here, we have Stephanie Weiderman, we have the clerk, we have the mayor, and then we have the township attorney. And the thing about the township attorney, who is Delgado, the thing about him, he sent Tiffany, the next attorney, over in his place. The thing about this was, you guys are supposed to be representing the township attorney, the village attorney. People are turning this into, you're representing Tiffany Henyard, and that's not supposed to be the case. And the thing about this, everyone thinks that this is a situation where, not everyone, but you know what I'm saying, the people may be pro, or the workers, or pro Tiffany Henyard and things like that. They're acting like this is a game, and that people are uneducated on what can be done, what's law, what's open meetings at, all that stuff, what's in the Constitution, right? The thing is, I'm not doing shade. A lot of people may have not known, may have forgotten their First Amendment rights. They probably did, because we've been living in this situation for so long. We not meaning Tiffany Henyard, just this whole situation for so long, where the police will pull you over when you walking down the street, throw you against the fence, show some ID. Look at what they did to Tommy G. In Illinois, you got to show ID. Oh, okay. Well, this is a police officer saying that, so it must be right, right? People are starting to wake up and now get educated on what their rights are. And the worst thing you can do is educate somebody, right? Right? Remember, they didn't want us to be educated. They didn't want us to read and stuff like that. I'm not even gonna get all up into that. But the worst thing you could do is educate somebody. Okay? Because now everybody's waking up. What? You mean that I don't have to do this? You mean I'm free to do this? You mean it's my constitutional right to do that? Okay, you're rapid firing some budget numbers off. Okay, all right. So you don't want to print it out? I'm going to record it. I'm going to transcript it myself. And I'm going to question you about it. And it's like the loopholes. Now, loopholes are there for a reason, okay? You have a lawyer for a reason. Loopholes are there for a reason. But why we have to use so many loopholes? Why do we have to use so many loopholes? Something's not right. And the people are starting to wake up. So just looking at this picture, it's strange to me. So we got Stephanie Wiederman over here as the moderator. We have the clerk, we have Tiffany Henyard, and we have the village attorney. Who's that standing over there in the corner with the jersey on? Armed, ready to go. Lewis Lacy. Lewis Lacy has no jurisdiction in Thornton Township. I mean, he's the chief of police, the acting deputy chief of police in Dolton. What is Lewis Lacy doing over here at Thornton Township in the corner? And who pays for that? Do Thornton Township pay him overtime? Do Dolton pay him for going to Thornton Township to be a bodyguard for mayor? But she's technically Supervisor Henyard. It's a lot of confusion. Is it none of our business? What is going on here? And why are the reports coming out and no one in her camp says anything? Keith Freeman was running around that piece. Just I think you guys crack me up. My favorite word you guys say all the time. It was unhinged. Keith Freeman was running through there he could play for the Bears, and I don't even know sports. He was running interference everywhere. He was trying to stop anything, and that's what we're going to cue into the Lansing Journal next. A lot of things were not necessary. The way the super mayor, she stood up there. This would have been a great time. I know I'm nobody but an old lady with a computer, right? But this would have been a great time for the super mayor to get to public comment, line item number 9, and say, you guys, I know what's going on. Instead of bringing up her podcast, instead of bringing up Facebook or YouTube or anything like that, it would have been a great time for her to say, I know, I hear you. You have been heard. Give me a moment. Let me digest everything, and I will be doing a press release soon. Or we'll have another, or the next town hall meeting, or not the yearly one, but the next Thornton Township meeting, I will be addressing some of your concerns. Public comment, and you only responding when you feel like it, giggling, laughing, pointing, telling people, like, she made sly remarks. Like, it was one point she said, y'all want excuse my French, y'all like a shit show. And I'm like, Supervisor Henyard, no. Whoever's the PR agency needs to be fired. Or they need to just keep collecting free money from the taxpayers. Because there's no way she's listening to a PR person. Let me get to the comments, guys. And we're going to get on over to Lansing Journal. They were eating. Good morning, Tony. Thanks for everything. The only reason the lawyer lasted this long is because she's one of Tiffany's puppets, period. If she tried to tell Tiffany what to do, she would have been fired. I understand. But it's okay. I'm gonna say this. Thank you. Don't play with my yo-yo for that, because this made me think about something I want to say. You know how everybody's like, you would be fired, you would be fired. These are people. Tiffany has her degree from IIT and Chicago Kent. Okay, she's a municipal attorney. Now, I, I'm 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 willing to bet the way her and what's his name, Michael Delgado, are carrying on, they're getting triple the money they would have gotten anywhere else. They probably, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, but if Lori Life was getting $400 an hour, I bet you Michael Delgado is getting damn near that too, or more. You know what I mean? Because he probably walked into a scene and where people, and I have to say it, where people didn't know any better, and they were just throwing money at him and his law firm. It was easy money to advise them, easy money to advise them wrong, just easy. And I think that has to be the reason, because this attorney could go anywhere and work. She's not even like a partner. She's senior counsel, but she's not a partner. She could go anywhere. She could start her own firm. She could work for the city of Chicago. She could work for the city of Harvey. But I bet you nobody's throwing that kind of municipal money like Dalton. She could work in Naperville. But I bet you nobody's throwing that money like Dalton. They're probably I thought about this thoroughly. I said, there's no way I'd risk my being reported to the bar. There's no way I'd risk it. This was all on tape, where Tiffany was telling her not to answer the questions. When Stephanie was saying, hey, Stephanie was so brave. I looked this up. I saw you looking at your computer. I can look up a lot of things on my computer. It was just a mess. It was a mess. I am one to believe that Dalton is tricking off on these attorneys, for lack of a better word. And they're like, it's easy money. Won't nobody else give us $600 an hour, but they will. You know, that's my assumption, allegedly. Okay, let me get on over here. Oh, I gotta thank you so much. Lar. Oh, thank you, Lar. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. Lar NCM. Lar for president. Thank you. Um, it's ridiculous. You work that hard for your degree, and then you can't even represent the township. You're representing Tiffany Henry. Tiffany Henry should have a personal attorney, okay? And the township should have an attorney. Now, this is my question. Is it a conflict of interest? Because I think it is. Like, I'm learning, guys, I'm talking out loud and I'm just learning along the way. For Delgado Law Firm to be the prosecuting attorney for the village of Dolton, and also, how the hell did y'all get over there and get into Thornton Township bag? How did you go over there and become a lawyer for Thornton Township? How did this happen? It's a problem. Because you can't tell me that you don't see the same key players at Thornton Township, and the same, you know, y'all are running like, I don't even know how you're running. Like, this is not right. Because y'all ran that Thornton, tried to at least. They tried to run that Thornton Township meeting like the Village of Dolton meeting. Next time Thornton Township is going to have freaking metal detectors, but the people of Thornton Township is not having it. Okay. And let's see. Let's keep on going. Tiffany Golden Mike here. That's Tiffany's special bodyguard. Yeah, I'm like, what? Ooh, I thought it was Shakti. I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, when I sat down, and why are you sitting up there next to the? Okay, we're gonna let's get to Jedediah and the Lancet Journal, because I have something to say with that. The need of security like this, the fear of, I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. I have said from the beginning, I feel like she needs security, but this is in excess. I feel like she needs security because I recall working for different municipalities, and it's a small town, and you would be out like as the mayor. The mayor would be out eating or walking through Menards or whatever, and citizens would come up to them and say, "Hey, I need my roof fixed. Hey, I need to set a meeting up." It'll go on and on and on. So sometimes you just need a second person, maybe not secure, just a regular plainclothes person walking with you, not a bodyguard or anything, but just something. Now we do know the heat of the climate. Yes, she might need one person or something like that. I get it. But you're making it worse by the way you're responding to the community. The way you're responding to people is bringing fear in you, and it's bringing fear in the citizens. It's like we're gonna piggyback over to Jedediah, but when he was saying that he needs a bodyguard to walk around, you guys, since I've been doing this, things have been coming about in my life too. Things happen when you're out here speaking about whatever situations. Weird stuff start to happen. Weird stuff start to happen because people want to know, who are you? Why are you talking about it? They want to. It's so many weird things that go on, and especially when I'm here. Look at what happened with Shay when Shay from Late Night Crew came and the officer blocked the camera. People are watching. You know what I mean? But a lot of us don't have the luxury of having a bodyguard with us everywhere we go. You know what I mean? Everywhere we go. So I just pray that this changes. This changes. Oh, Hannibal's in here. Oh, hey, Hannibal. Good morning. Did you hear that lady in the back wearing red when she told Long Island audit that Tiffany Goon said her child got due to not supporting Tiffany? You know, it's okay. I was there. Okay, so I had one of the goons, they want to call it. He looked at me, waved at me, and was like, and I couldn't tell if it was. At first, I was like, maybe he's just saying hi, but it was because of his history, it was definitely a form of intimidation, in my opinion. Like, I don't care. Like I told you guys, I was on YouTube before I started covering Tiffany Henyard. A lot of people followed me because I was covering her. However, my whole basis was, I took a whole year. I was watching everybody talk about it for a year before I threw my hat in the ring. I was like, you know what? I'm here. I'm experiencing it. I want to talk about it. It's just some things I see that I want to talk about. When you see the amount of people, and that's why I'm leaving this up, Black Crypto, the amount of people that use the intimidation tactics on bloggers or YouTubers or even journalists, it was ridiculous. When I walked in, one of the officials who is on the Dolton board, one of the trustees, he saw me, he was there, and he pointed at another man to stop me from filming. And that guy was really nice. He was like, he looked at him and said, no, I'm not going to stop her stop her from filming. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool that he did that. He didn't violate my rights, but I knew it was coming, and he directed them to do something, and they were like, no, I'm not about to do it. So that was pretty cool. If you guys saw my coverage, my hands started shaking because I was on the side that I didn't know, where it was a lot of the employees for Thornton Township. The side I was sitting on were employees of Thornton Township on that side, friends of Tiffany and stuff like that. They were cool. It was no problem. But every time a fight or an argument or a tiff broke out, or somebody got loud, that side had to come over there and back up that side, if that makes sense. So it kind of like was making me nervous. I would be sitting there like, oh my God. I think when Michael got up, it was the most nerve-wracking. My phone overheated. Like what Shay was saying was right. My phone overheated. And then on top of that, did anyone capture the last moments of the young man that found Frank Zuccarelli dead when he passed away? I have to find. I'm gonna ask the Lancet Journal, or maybe Hannibal got it last night, or someone. But it was the end of the. It was the end of the meeting, and when he said, "Hey, I found Frank," and we thought he was in support of Super Mayor Henyard, and he was not. He had lost his job. He was talking about his mental health. I hope someone got it because my phone overheated. But he was the one that found Frank Zuccarelli passed away. I want to talk about that. You guys, thanks for everybody that answered. Shout out to Hannibal is hungry for being in the chat. Shout out. Is Gardens here? Hey, Harem, get noticed with Nikki. Hey. Oh my God, Gonzalez. He we gotta talk about Gonzalez. Everybody in here. Chris Gonzalez, come to the front. Okay, you guys. So today, for the people that a lot of people do not like to talk about Jedediah, but I am going to talk about Jedediah Brown today because I have to catch up and I missed a lot of things. So we're going to talk about Jedediah Brown today. First, let's go over to the Lancet Journal. And thank you to Coda the Penny guy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you so much. Thank you guys. Okay. Yeah, Gardis, you did your thing. That speech was amazing. Oh, Long Island Audit has it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that part when he was like, I found Frank, and Tiffany, you said, what about my mental health? And that's what I want to talk about with Gardis. He did amazing asking about that mental health situation. This is public comment. This is public comment. No, but when someone had something positive to say, it was Q&A. It was really, I'm starting to come around. Yes, I am taking calls. Let me put the link in here. We're taking calls. I don't know. Let me go back up here and see if I can pin. Let me pin this to the top. I just learned how to do that. Hold on, guys. Because I was able to pin my yeah, it was. Ooh, baby. The sister from the corporate sector lit her as when she was. Did you guys hear when we have to go through it step by step? My apologies to you guys. I have been working, so my schedule has been really crazy. But did you hear when she was talking about, like, what was it, $50,000 on chicken or something? We have to. We have Jarvis. He's here calling in. Let's bring him on up. Hey, welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you for being here. We all can hear you.
All right. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. You're our hero. Good morning. You did
No,
amazing.
no, I'm not a hero. It's so funny because people saw me on the news, and I just cringe when I hear it, because I really didn't do this to be popular or get some views or whatever. I just wanted people in the township to, like, take the situation seriously, because I just feel like there's not enough people who speak out against her that is outside of Dolton. And so I just want people to understand the seriousness of the situation. And also too, I honestly think too that and this is not to move away from. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is not to, like, move away from Tiffany, but I think people have to realize that this is just bigger than her. And the level of corruption that she has been allowed to do, on the township and Dolton level, is a part of a system that has, ushered her in to do stuff like this. So when you look at the township, and Tio Hardiman, who I know from a distance, was sitting behind me, And I knew he was going to come in and support her, because we all know that he's a supporter of Tiffany. Whether he's getting paid or not, that's not the issue. The issue is he has no working knowledge of what is going on in the township or in the village. Because when he said we elected her, well, he should have known, just like with some of the people who come in and audit. If you do your research, she wasn't elected. She was appointed.
Exactly.
In the township. And as far as the village of Dolton,
Uh-oh. Jardis? No. I think we lost him. Okay, we're gonna see if he calls back. He calls back. I think he probably was, he's always busy. But he's absolutely right about T.O. Hardiman. Gardis, if you hear us, please call back. So yeah, you absolutely are right about T.O. Hardiman. It's in the auditors. We saw Long Island Audit was saying, what did he say? We have the first, he made a mistake and said the next new mayor will be Andrew Holmes, will really Jason House, or when we saw our boy Tyrant Terminator, he was like, who is this guy with Stan Brown? We don't know if they knew or not. And then also when we got down to Tia, he's calling back, guys. He's calling back. Here we go. You're back on.
Hey, I'm sorry. Maybe it might have been on my end, but where did I leave off?
You were saying T.O. Hardiman, if he should have did his research, sort of like the auditors as well, when he said she was elected.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that was the first thing that he made a mistake on, talking about. We elected her. We should give her a chance. And everybody in the crowd was like, no, we didn't. We did not elect her. She was appointed, by a trustee board, who I want to talk about in this conversation as well, because me, I'm neutral about Frank. All right. I don't like down him, but I don't up him, like most people. I'm very neutral about him because I actually know him. We've talked, and and I know several politicians. And yeah, Frank is just like every other politician that, I know and I see. However, here's the thing. During Frank's 30 years as the supervisor of the township, the board, or the trustees, were basically kind of his puppets. And when Frank left, or he suddenly passed, he left a vacuum, and it was basically a vacuum of power, because the board was incapable of running the township. And you see the results of why it was such a misleadership board, that they appoint somebody who, just like with Trustee Gonzalez, just threw a name out there, didn't even know like her issues in Dolton, because mind you, it was 2022. She already had a whole year to, dissatisfy the trustees and the people of that village. Threw a name out there, and the board, who also probably didn't know who she was either, just decided to vote her, because the thing is that there were people that Frank wanted to groom. And I'll say this because, well, I'm not going to say who it is, but there was one person Frank had in mind, but the trustees did not like her. And so in the rounds of people that they nominated, she never got the 3 votes. And obviously some of the trustees, they were so divided and so split. But like I said, it was because of their misleadership. Because, from my perspective, Frank created that vacuum. And he created that because, in all honestly, he made himself king. Now, mind you, Frank, Frank took care of his, he took care of the people who supported him, but he also took care of his political constituencies, which is the elders. He did a lot of programs with the elders. Now, when you look at it, most of the programs in the township are for elders. This is why Frank has been successful in his 30-year career as a politician. Now, this does not mean that he forgot about the youth and some of the other people, because he also had programs for them. Also, Frank brought in the mental health program when it was around. So, yeah, he did. He brought that in. But, Frank, being Frank, and being one of the, being what many people regard as the most powerfulest politician in the Southland, he helped a lot of people get into office, mayors, aldermen, trustees, trustees on school boards. So that was his. But like I said, he made himself king. So in a sense, Frank actually broke down the democracy of that particular governmental organization, which, like I said, left that vacuum to have her come in. Because if you look at the board, the trustee board, those same people who supported Frank is now supporting her, with the exception of Gonzalez, who, and I'm just guessing here, who might have made a deal that night with Tiffany, and I guess she reneged on that deal, and that's why he goes against her. So, and that's the problem. These guys are following folks instead of, when a situation like Frank passing comes, they don't take the leadership. And nobody, see, it's different like with them. So contrast that to what's happening in Dolton, right? You look at their board, and well, you look at the people who are against, Tiffany, and they see Jason House as the leader. They see Jason House as the senior trustee, and most likely when he runs for mayor, they're going to support him. There is no division or anything like that. They all are supporting him, which is fine. Opposite that, to the township, they don't have that type of unity, because everybody is in it for something or for themselves. They're really not for the people. And like I said, when Frank was there, all they did was just listen to what he said. And that was it. So that right there, that vacuum of democracy has been eroded, during the Frank administration. And we have to analyze that. This is not a slight against Frank, because like I said, Frank wasn't like Tiffany personality, and Frank took care of folks. But at the same time, Frank did what a lot of politicians did in the Southland. Why do you think he was the most powerfulest politician in the Southland? I mean, in all honesty, let's think about that. But here's the thing too, and this is why the Tiffany Hanyard situation is so dangerous in Thornton Township. A couple of years ago, people in Springfield, or the Illinois General Assembly, somebody in the assembly, I can't think of their name, but they were looking to abolish townships in Illinois. They felt that township services were very, it's basically copying off of what a lot of municipalities do. But when you see like the municipalities we live in, like Cook County, or even the state of Illinois, or whatever village we live in, they don't provide those services that the township provides. Because what they want to do is they want to abolish townships so they can get that tax money to the state. And so when you look at that situation, so I was having a conversation with the assessor, Cassandra, And she was telling me about that whole situation and how they were trying to. Now, this is not like, this is not the township. It was the state that was trying to abolish her office first. And when she told Frank had to make some phone calls. And what Frank did was he was able to hold off on, on them trying to put the bill through to abolish townships because they want that township money. And because Frank, like I said, Frank holds a lot of weight. I mean, he was a chairperson of the Cook County Democrats. And Frank also too, brought in a lot of voters for J.B. Pritzker. So when J.B. Pritzker was, who was the governor of Illinois, was elected, who had front row seats at his inauguration? Frank Zuccarelli, because he brought him a lot of votes.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, now when you see this, because Thornton Township, the largest township in Illinois, now becomes a subject of revisiting this issue of our township. Should we abolish townships? So now she is making a mockery of this, not just on the state level, but on the national level. So I'm willing to bet you that now this is going to come back to the table with should we keep townships? Because many people in a lot of governmental organizations think that townships is redundant. However, in Cook County, some of the services that the township supplies, the Cook County or even the state of Illinois doesn't supply that for them. So now this comes back to the table. And so now, speaking of the chairperson of the, Cook County Democrats, which, I don't have much love for them either. You look at their posture in this whole situation and wondering, why isn't anybody stepping up to remove this woman, knowing that this woman is committing blatant violations of the law? And, you can quote to me a lot of things about, well, we got to do this, we got to do that. And no, I am not a lawyer. I don't have a degree in law or anything like that. But we don't have to have a law degree to know when injustice is happening. So this situation that's going on and the posturing of Kim Foxx, who I've supported, and Kwame Raoul, who I actually didn't support, is just, it's questionable. Like, why are you letting this woman, do this? Because my thing is that, damn well, if this woman was doing this to a majority white village, she would have been removed 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
She would have been removed 2 years ago. So I have to question the posturing of the Cook County Democrats on why they are allowing this. Now, the problem comes where most likely, and I will probably say 99%, she's going to be elected if she finishes out her term before she gets, if she doesn't get prosecuted within a year. She's going to go into the elections and she's going to lose big time. However, here's the thing. And when she leaves office, there should really be no celebration for this, because the damage that she has done, not only to the township, but also the village of Dolton. Jason House, a couple of months back, or, maybe not too far back, had said that the last time he saw the budget, they were in the $7 million deficit. And that was back in September. It's probably twice as much now, considering the lawsuits, considering the spending, considering the businesses that she's ran out because they don't want to give, her campaign funds. It's probably double that now.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Jason House, who probably is the heads-on favorite of being the next mayor of Dolton, is cringing because unfortunately he's going to be climbing an uphill battle. And I think people have to recognize and realize that in his first term, he's just going to be repairing everything that she's done. And I think people need to prepare for that. They really, really need to prepare for that. And the worst part about it is dealing with the police department. Mm-hmm. She has corrupted that police department to a point where they might have to reconstruct that whole department. And that's not going to be a easy task. So with that, he obviously has to get rid of Lacey and several of the other police who have followed his lead, because you have to have police force that you can trust and a police force who will actually do the work of protecting the citizens, because the police force just doesn't protect the mayor, they protect everybody. Yeah. And you see that it's not happening there. They are just protecting the mayor and anybody who is interested in supporting the mayor. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be a task within itself. You take a look at Harvey. All right. Harvey, a couple of years ago, had just got rid of Eric Kellogg. Now, for those who know Eric Kellogg, he was in that Harvey seat for, I believe, 15 years or 20 years, something like that, for a long time. And mind you, same thing, corruption, stealing money, lawsuits up the yin yang. Even though he was driving a Bentley, I didn't stutter, driving a Bentley, he was doing the same. Harvey? Kellogg was driving a Bentley.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that.
He was driving a Bentley. So Kellogg was very much doing the same thing. The only thing he wasn't doing was posting it on social media and having podcasts and stuff like that. But everybody knew. And every election cycle, he would intimidate voters. He would basically, and here's the thing too, he also used the police force as his own protection unit. Now, it's so funny. I remember some years ago when Kellogg was in office and Dolton was a little different. I can't remember who was the mayor. I believe it might have been the guy after Shaw. But I remember talking to somebody who had joined the Dolton police force. And I went to school with him. I went to high school with him. And he was telling me how he worked in Harvey. And he only stayed there for like about 6 months because he felt like that was the worst job he ever had. And he felt like his life was threatened because apparently Kellogg asked him to do something and he knew it was unethical and he didn't want to do it. So he had to leave there. And that's why he joined the Dolton Police Department. He's not at Dolton anymore, but yeah, I had to talk with him. So I got a glimpse of what that police department is going through. Now, as people know, a couple of years ago, the state police had to come in and basically take over not the Dolton, but the Harvey Police Department because they were so corrupt. Now, I got a feeling that this might be happening in Dolton as well. And now you're going to have to reconstruct that police department from the bottom up, which is it's not an easy task.
No, because they've been there forever. These officers have been there since like 21 on up. Look at Lacey.
Yeah, exactly. So now you got to do this because she has tainted the police department so bad. So here's the outlook. If Tiffany still is in office by August. Now, why do I say that? August is when the Democratic National Convention comes into Chicago. Mm-hmm. I would recommend the people from the township, people from Dolton, go down there and protest. Why do we still have this official in office? and implore to somebody out there to please remove this woman, because the more she is in office, the more she's going to put not only the township but Dolton in the hole. Dolton right now, I would even guess maybe on the verge of bankruptcy, and it I mean, it is what it is, and then unfortunately we don't know because she hasn't released records since last year.
Yep.
So I would definitely implore somebody at the convention in August, whether implore or even protest, that this cannot be happening in our towns. Like I said, if she was in charge of a majority white village, she would be gone by now. But unfortunately, because of the fact that over 90% of the residents in Dolton are Black,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a significant Black population in the township,
Mm-hmm.
then nothing's going to be done. And it's going to be, so I really hope that Lori Lightfoot, I mean, I don't know why people keep harping on her mayoral records. I didn't like her as a mayor either.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not about her being a mayor. This is about her being a prosecutor, an attorney with contacts, an attorney who can probably call Kwame Raoul and ask these same questions of why aren't you doing anything about it? And she could probably cite some cases, do some things to probably, make him do what he was supposed to do probably months ago. So I'm hoping she can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Lori was not, I mean, even though Lori was also part of, the Cook County Democrats, she was never one of their favorites.
Yeah.
And so I feel like she could probably, attempt to move the needle. And if she could get things done in an orderly fashion, maybe they can have her removed, or maybe she can step down, which I doubt she does, by the summer.
Mm. Yeah. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about Robert Hunt rapid firing those numbers off to the township? And then it was a young lady, she spoke right before you, but she was saying, this isn't really actually the budget. This is just water under the bridge. What do you think kind of financial situation the township is in?
Well, Robert, what was so funny? I was sitting next to Robert, and I know Robert. We worked together when I was working at the township.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Robert was working there as well. Another supporter of Zuccarelli, and then he had to support Tiffany if he wanted to keep his job. But it was so interesting how me and several other people that was sitting next to the podium, notice how Robert was shaking his hand. His hand was shaking when he was reading off the numbers. And it was very interesting because there was a woman behind me who was like, why is his hand shaking? And sure enough, that's what was happening. Now, sitting on the other side of me was Sandra Tracy, the former HR director who has a lawsuit against Tiffany and the township for unjust, releasal. And I don't know if you heard the story about her. She had a heart attack during her time at the township, right after, Tiffany had been appointed. And then, she had a heart attack. Her husband is not doing, well health-wise. And then she comes back, she's healthy enough to come back. And they ask her to do some digging on certain employees. And she tells them, no, I don't want to do it. It was very unethical. Like, she wants them to find some dirt on certain employees. Now, like I said, Frank didn't bring me into the township. Sandra did. She was the one that recruited me. And she basically, said, I've worked in HR for over 30 years, and I've never done anything unethical like that. So when she refused to do that, they slowly kicked her out. up until the point where they fired her, but did not give her her last check.
Ooh.
And yes, that was withholding her last check from her,
Mhm.
which is that is just absolutely crazy. This woman got to pay bills too.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was, and I remember hearing about that. I was so infuriated about that because it was like, how dare you? And it's just like, not only just, her, because I mean, she's an elder as well. I mean, not like, to an age where she's got to retire, but it's I just hate that she and many others have to deal with what's going on in the township. Sandra told me that there was an elder one time who called the township for a ride. Now, remember at the township, she was talking about you can call, get a ride, everything like that.
Yeah, a ride to the library.
She said the person on the phone told her to call an Uber.
I believe it. Do you know why? Remember when we were sitting there and when someone mentioned something about not getting printouts and people phones are getting cut off, and when she said when the township supervisor said if you didn't pay your phone bill, that's not my problem, I almost walked out. I said,
yeah, that is the utter disrespect that she has. Now, going back to Robert Hunt. Robert, like I said, Robert is just like the trustees. He just does whatever whoever is in charge and whoever's the leader. Nobody with any type of leadership, ability, or skills. So he just basically rattles off the numbers. And he was there during the Frank Zuccarelli days where he had to make sure that the numbers were right, and they would print out the copies for people to have before the meeting. This was, and mind you, the attorney who was there, I forgot her name, but obviously she was correct. Yeah, obviously she was correct, but at the same time, I I like I do like using biblical scripture, but it's not the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. You want people to not just follow the law because it's written. You want to follow the law because you want to, inform, make a communal effort to get everybody to work together. And it just goes against all the values of building a community. So, from my standpoint, I just felt like Robert, like I said, Robert is a yes man, and there's nothing else I could say about that. Now, as far as the woman who was there, I think her name was like Wendy Kelly or something like that.
which one?
The one who had the printout of
Oh,
all of
yes. She went on the first, she went on the third, she went on the ninth, she went and got that printout.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like she was the smartest person in the room. Like, you couldn't get nothing past her. Like, she just got down there and started breaking down stuff. And remember, I had came up and asked about the mental health item because I didn't hear mental health. And Robert, in his normal tone, well, we're gonna approve it, and it's not on the budget. So I was like, okay, I just want to put that on record that there was, but yet in the last meeting, she told us that mental health was still there. Mental health services was still there.
She said, no matter what nobody says, the mental health services are still there.
And I was listening intently, like mental health services, 2 million. I was like, I ain't hear that. I ain't hear that at all. So that's why I asked that question. But yeah, that woman got up there and she was like, hey, what about this? What is this loan here? Like, we got a $1.5 million loan. What the hell is this loan doing here?
She was so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, all right, that's what I'm talking about. You couldn't get nothing past her, and I was really appreciative. Now you talk about people saying I was an MVP. That was the real MVP right there. She knew she broke down the numbers, and I was like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we needed. We needed somebody like her.
We
So,
did. I
yeah,
think her name is Wendy. And what was so great about it also, one of the things she brought up was the spending on the food. Just like in Dolton, we have that problem. She was like 50. I'm just throwing a number out there, but she was like, I've worked for Fortune 500 companies, 100 companies, and I've never seen this kind of display of usage of funds on food.
yeah, and you can tell she was very intelligent about all of that stuff.
She did a great job, and I think that kind of made the super mayor angry because she was like, it's just like school, because I think it was Mr. Robert, I think his name was, but he was like, why we can't get this in the email? And Miss Wendy said the same thing. Why we can't just, it's 2024. You could have posted this. It was hard to find out on the website. And she was like, well, it's upstairs. And just like school, you have to do your homework or something. I was like, oh my gosh. Everybody was booing the heck out of the poor super mayor for that.
Yeah, because if you look on the website, I mean, first of all, the website doesn't even come up automatically. They got I don't know if it's just me, but when I go to thorntontownship.org, it initially tells you that basically that the page can't be found, and then like about a second later it loads up. Now I don't know, maybe it might be me or something like that, but it sounds like they got a DNS issue. This is old IT. This is IT lingo, but somebody needs to correct that DNS issue. But but you go on that website and all it is just pictures of her. The maneuvering of the pages, you can't. It's hard to find the minutes, like the meeting minutes. Like I want to go to the meeting minutes. You can only find the meeting minutes under the office of the clerk. Probably one of the few pages that doesn't have Tiffany's face on it. And so that's where you have to find the minutes. I go to the Worth Township website. I can go to the Orland Park Township website. I go to Brennan Township website, and right on top I can find like government and meeting minutes easily in three clicks. You gotta go through a maze in order to find minutes without having to sift through all of these events with flyers attached to it with her face on it.
Yeah, it's crazy. We went through it the other day live because we were looking for just the details. I had to go to the Lancet Journal to find out about the township meeting.
Yes, I did too.
Right, but you can find out about Big Bingo in one click on Big Bingo or anything that the super mayor has going on. Like, it's like, what are you guys hiding? Like, even if you're not hiding anything, right? Just the fact you're trying to make it difficult for people to get the information they need is ridiculous.
Yeah, and Miss Mary Avon, who spoke, said it best. When you don't answer questions, you hiding something. You are hiding something.
Yeah, you're hiding it, and it's really, I don't know. It was very unfortunate the way they were trying to do everything to appease one person when this is about the township. Yes, she's the supervisor of the township, but all of these people are hired and took oaths. And like my favorite one was Don Parker. Like, what do you think when he said Frank told me? Frank told me to ask you. What do you think? How are you guys handling this? Great question. Because no one could answer it because they know that they're just being a bunch of yes people. Except for Chris Gonzalez was trying to. He feels guilty. I think he feels guilty.
Hey, he probably does. Like I said, I think he made a deal with Tiffany to nominate her, and then it kind of fell through, and now they're at odds with each other because he didn't get what he wanted.
I believe so. Yeah,
I believe so too. But like I said, it's just me. But considering that board, and unfortunately, Joyce Washington, who was a trustee too, God rest her soul as well, because she had passed away. She was another one that supported Tiffany. And yeah, it was the board was there at the time and the board that's seated now. Now, here's something interesting, because one of the trustees have been missing from the meetings, and that's Jerry Jones.
I did notice that. Yeah.
He has not been at a township meeting in several months. I'm wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, I noticed that. I said, now wait a minute. And she needed every vote she could get, because I noticed, like, when it was time to vote, they had to vote for her if they lived in the township. And I noticed Chris, he really didn't vote too much on too many things. But when he did, he voted no, of course. But yeah, Jerry Jones was needed for that vote, because it was a close one. It was a close one.
So I don't know where he's at. Like, what's going on? Why hasn't he been coming to the meetings? Like, he hasn't been in a meeting in several months.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to read. Thank you for that, amazing. I wanted to read a note from Teresa. Thank you for the $5 sticker. 2023 Form 6 elected officials have to list all assets. Could be interesting to see if Tiffany has completed. She must complete that by law. She has to list all her assets as a township supervisor. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that. So she's about to. Well, she's gonna be like Jedediah Brown. I'm homeless. She's not gonna list. She's not gonna list anything. And then I'm sorry. And thanks for everybody commenting. I'm sorry I got in the conversation. Lucille Fox, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Reality Check TV Chicago, who did great coverage at the Village of Dolton board meeting. Thank you. Hey, Burgundy Blue, blessing us, revealing good understanding necessary, delivering big love unto everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. And we're going to play Gardis. Gardis. When they put Curtis on the news, I wanted to call the news. I said, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like a running joke with my family. I'm like, hey, Curtis. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, I said, now who didn't ask for spellings of it? Because I think they got Miss Mary name wrong too. I was like, oh no, but it was so, if you were by the media, it was so chaotic back there because everyone was looking over your shoulder. I know I saw Stan Brown point at me, like, I'm just gonna call the name. He pointed at me for them to remove me for taping. But
speaking of which, you know, at the meeting, so Michael Smith, the guy who was ranting a lot, when we got in line for public comment, you know, he was the last one in line. So I was like, is this the line for public comment? He was like, go ahead of me. And I'm like, no, you was here first. Go ahead. He was like, no, go ahead. I got a lot to say, including you.
What? Did you know him?
I mean, yeah, we met before, but I don't know him know him. So I was like, okay. So that last part when I talked about me not having a criminal record, that was for him.
We missed that. Okay,
I didn't even.
Yeah.
That was the reason why I said that. I really didn't plan to say that about former and current employees of the township. But when he said that to me, I was like, okay, I got something for you.
That was smart, and it went over my head because I thought you were referring to Tiffany. So
well, her too.
Yeah,
her too, and a lot of her other people that she brought in.
Yeah, because this was the thing. For Michael, like, okay, this is what I want. I'm scared. Like, it's gonna be secrets coming out the woo side because Tiffany is not gonna be her thing is, well, y'all didn't say nothing to Frank, and y'all didn't do this back then. So she's gonna try to expose everybody before she leaves, and Michael's gonna help her because I think he's bitter that his record is out there for whatever reason. But if you did it, it's out there. You did it. You know what I mean? But you want to stand up and call everybody else out, but don't want to answer when someone says something about you.
Yeah, and I don't know if that whole bonuses was for Stephanie, because I know damn well I ain't get no bonus when I was there.
Yeah, poor Stephanie, he was going in. I said, I wonder, not like it was it like that Frank died and everybody was like, I'm exposing you, and then they're like, I'm exposing you, or did everybody run to Tiffany's office like, okay, look, I'm on your side? I'm wondering how they were scrambling after Frank died, because I looked up there on that panel, and even if I take what Michael said into consideration, and I like Stephanie, it's no shade, but even if I take what he said is true, which she did not deny it, when he meant the bonuses and then her not getting a seat or whatever. I don't think nobody prepared for Frank to pass away. They thought it was just gonna, because he had already been there 30 years. They thought it was just gonna roll over until retirement. Because I would say, I don't know how old Stephanie is, but she darn sure could have retired as chief of staff if Frank would have stayed. Well, I don't think nobody prepared for the end.
Well, and that's the problem that I said, that I was trying to say in the beginning with Frank leaving this vacuum. Now, here's the thing too. Frank was sick. I think he had cancer.
Okay.
I think he might have had cancer, but he's had heart issues. He's had strokes. I believe he had a heart attack or something like that. I think it wasn't too serious, but Frank has had health issues over the years. He was having health issues when I was working there.
Wow.
And so that's what I'm saying. You got to notice this, and you got to know that these people are not going to be here forever. And I've always, and it was like a running joke at the township when I was working there, that it's like when Frank is gone, half of these people are going to be let go or fired or whatever, because whoever the new person is going to come in, they're going to be putting their own people in, because half of the staff was hired by Frank.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, he's personally hired a lot of these people, and that's a good thing. I mean, I really appreciate that, because now they have to support him politically and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I can appreciate about Frank is that he doesn't posture these people up and demand that they do this or they will be fired, because there's some employees that was at that meeting on Tuesday who I know personally. I work with them, who basically, when there were referendums or motions that were passed that she might have favored, I saw them putting up, their signs as electors, and I know damn well they don't want to be doing that.
I was near, not pointing anybody out, but I was near the area where they all were like working, and like they were like, we had to be here. They didn't want to be there.
No.
They didn't have to do it, and they were like, look, we just trying to keep our jobs. And I get it, like, but I don't get that lawyer, like, she could work anywhere. I don't know why she was up there acting like she was. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, and that woman that came behind me, and see, this is what I was talking about, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, about having a little grace for the employees. Now, obviously, yeah, she was, I wouldn't say she was over the top, because she had some concerns about strange people coming in. And like I said, I still have questions about certain auditors who come in, from out of town, and what are they really here to, get views, get likes because this is a big story, or are they genuinely, coming in to help? And so I'm kind of skeptical on certain people who do stuff like this, who cover this. And it's like, okay, so what are you going to give back, to the community? And, shout out to who's the guy that has the podcast late night.
Shay from Late Crew.
So I saw he came into town, and shout out to him. He hung out with a lot of the Dolton people, and so he looks like he's a genuine person, and he wants to help, and he's one of the few. And so I'm not going to name anybody else, but I know he's the genuine article. I really appreciate his work, because he really hung out with the people when he was here. And yeah, so but the thing is, are these people, like, when this story is over, when Tiffany is gone, where will these people be at? And Late Night Crew or Shay will probably be the only one that'll be here. Is anybody else who's been covering this? Are they going to see what's going to happen? Because like I was saying earlier, when Tiffany is gone, there should be no celebration. There should be the start of the work that they're going to have to do to repair that village, the township, because she has put those municipalities so far behind that it's going to take years to get out of. You could see, going back to Harvey is going through it right now, even though Kellogg has been out of office for 5 years now.
Mhm.
So they got a guy named Christopher, I think his name is Christopher Moore as well. I believe that's his name. But he's been in office for 5 years, and now they're basically kind of going through they're still going through the rebuilding process of what Kellogg has done. So I remember there was a former trustee that worked at the township when I was there. And when I was there, this is when Kellogg finally decided to not run again, and Christopher got in as the mayor. And he told me, because I asked him, because when he was on the trustee board, I asked him, was like, how did you let a guy like that stay in office for all of those years? And he told me something that I would have never believed. So he said, and I trust this guy because, like I said, he worked in the Harvey government. He said that Kellogg was an informant. And Kellogg was an informant for the FBI because in the city of Harvey, they have a club. Is a strip club that was on 147th Street.
Never heard of that. No.
What is the name of that club?
Never been.
Yeah, so there's a strip club in Harvey that was owned by the mob, and it had mob ties in it, and so the feds was interested in taking them down. And so what they were doing was they had co-opted Kellogg as an informant because he was the one who supplied them their liquor license and all that other kind of stuff. And what he told me too was they were giving Kellogg $10,000. Chris Clark. Thank you. It was Chris Clark. Chris Clark is the mayor of Harvey. They were giving Kellogg $10,000 for his campaign. This is the government, our U.S. government, allowing a guy to destroy Harvey so they can give information to the feds about a strip club that is in his village that they're trying to take down because they want to get the big mafia people who are running that club. So he was allowed to do that all the way up until they finally got the club shut down. And I think the owners or the backers got indicted. So then once that happened, Kellogg decided, well, I'm not going to run no more. So Chris Clark gets in there, and this is what he told. This is what the guy who worked as a trustee told me. He said, Chris Clark, when he first walked in, let me do this. As soon as Clark got elected, there were, you know how it is in government that there's a transitional period, kind of like handing over, it's like a handover of the seat. He said there was no basic handover. He basically, when the night Chris Clark won the election, Kellogg left immediately. No transition or anything. He left immediately. And so Clark came in to the office the first day he was elected. And he said he walked into the wreckage room and it was just a total mess. Files on the floor. They couldn't find, you know how like in a proper wreckage room, you know, you things that are in alphabetical order or certain timelines. He said it was just paper was just all over the place.
Wow.
So that's what he had to walk into. Now they're currently, I guess the trustees there are currently having a revolt with him. And apparently there's a lack of, you know, there's some sort of, you know, miscommunication, mistrust going on between the trustees over there and him, even though there are some people who are telling me, now I don't know if this is true or not, some people who are telling me he's still trying to straighten up what Kellogg is doing. However, some of the trustees that were there or that are there now were under the Kellogg administration. I'm not sure, but that's the secondhand information I'm getting in there. So we see that going on in Harvey. It may not be as bad in Dolton, but there's going to be an uphill climb in Dolton once Tiffany is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not to, you know, because many people will express, well, she's the devil that you know, and no. The longer she stays in office, the more she puts that city in the hole. Yeah. And so you have to get rid of her, but the thing is that you're gonna have to dig out of that hole. You're gonna have to get out of that hole. The hole's already dug. You're gonna have to get out of that hole. And that's going to be a process. You're gonna have to have a mayorship and a board that is together on this. And apparently, I do trust the board that they have now to come in and do what they need to do. The people are gonna have to get behind them.
Yes.
Despite the fact that they might have to make they might have to make some calls of help to the people, even though it may not be looks favorable, but also too, they have to make some deals with the businesses that, you know, Tiffany had to kick out because a lot of them have lawsuits against her. And so hopefully they could come to some, you know, agreement to say, hey, you dropped this lawsuit, we could bring your business back, bring your license back. You know, hopefully they could contribute to, you know, whatever deficit that the township has had, and bring the name of Dolton back, because a lot of businesses are not really looking to open up, because this woman is literally, you know, shaking down a lot of the businesses for thousands of dollars to contribute to her campaign. And if you don't do it, she's gonna, you know, she's gonna hold your license, your business license, whatever construction you want to do, whatever liquor license you want, because she holds the key to all of that. But unfortunately, with the township, whoever comes into the township, it will be a huge disappointment if the new person has to deal with this board.
Yeah. It's about to be, it's an uphill battle for sure. It's not going to be fixed overnight.
No, it's not. And that is the sad part about it. And I think that is the part that we have to understand. And like I said, this is a system that, you know, that was put in place. And it all boils down to history. Obviously, you know the history of Dolton. You know that there's been mayors like her who wasn't as flamboyant, but you know there were mayors like her. The mayor that just, you know, that had left was like her. You know, he wasn't showing his hand like she is, but
right.
There was nothing. Yeah, it was as far as the personalities, there was really no difference between Riley Rogers and Tiffany. And I would like to blame him and some of the other mayors who came in, you know, before her, who basically laid out that blueprint of how they think Dolton should run. And, you know, like I was saying earlier, Frank laid out the situation for her to come in because of the vacuum that he created. Now, if you had a board when Frank died that was able to take up the mantle of leadership, like say the Dolton trustees do, Tiffany would have never had a chance. She would have never had a chance to be seated as the supervisor.
Mm-hmm. You're right. The thing about Tiffany being seated as a supervisor, I wanted to know, was it just a first and a second that was needed? Because I was trying to recall when Chris said he nominated it, how many votes did they need? 3 out of the 4? Or was it just a first and a second? Because I was noticing that from
it was 3.
3.
It was 3. So when he nominated her, it was second by I can't remember who it was. And then Gonzalez, I think it was Joyce Washington, and it was Darlene gave her her third vote.
Wow. And I read somewhere, actually, it's like it's Googleable that Joyce Washington actually was supposed to be Frank's pick, right? I don't know. I heard that. I read it, actually. I didn't hear it. That it was not sealed down, it wasn't written down, but that he would have liked her to take the next step, and I wonder why she didn't.
Well, she was I know she was the senior trustee.
Okay.
She's had issues with the other trustees, which probably why. And I believe she was nominated, but she didn't get the required 3 votes. So yeah, it was a whole mess with that whole situation. I mean, you could find it on YouTube the night that Tiffany was appointed the supervisor. That's on YouTube. Many content creators have used that video. So I would suggest people watch that and see what actually happened on how she became the township supervisor.
Yeah.
Instead of coming in, like Tio, misinforming us that we elected her. We didn't elect her. And for some reason, the trustees didn't want it to go to a special election, which the people could have voted.
Yeah.
The people could have voted, and she probably wouldn't have had a chance.
And they said they didn't want to have that, but now I understand, because it was so funny at the end of the meeting. I think one of the township constituents, they were like, "Look, this is getting out of hand. I vote to close the meeting." And then someone had to say, so I can understand the town. It was midnight already. So but they should have let the town select. They should have.
But the problem is that the candidate that would have came in there was not in that particular club that they had. They wanted somebody like Frank to run the township and just protect them. And this is why they are not saying anything, because as long as she's out there talking, everybody's going to point to her. But you know me, I also include the trustees as well.
Yeah.
This is your fault that she's here.
Yeah.
She should not just be the target. You all should be the target.
Yeah. I agree. And then because I've been long-winded, before I let you go, I want to go over the auditors thing. Okay, so a lot of people have comments about the auditor situation. I was getting ate up in Shay's late night crew. He played the video of me meeting Long Island again. I don't know him personally. I was hoping actually to see Tyrant Terminator come out again, because I don't know him personally either. I just feel like he slides under the radar, and they don't even know who he is. That's how he was able to walk in the township and walk around so long, just because I hate to say it, but because he was black.
And that's the reality of it.
Yeah, they didn't even look up. He walked right past security. When Long Island got there, I got a little bit of the footage where they started like trying to. He wanted them, in my opinion, to try it, and they did not. But I think the thing is, he's there for audits. I'm just now learning that. Like, I'm like, okay, I don't think he's there to a lot of people are like, well, what is he going to give back to Dolton or to the township? I think he just travels, and that's his content and what he does. I don't think now Shay is part of trying to build up. He's doing content, and I think he sort of fell in love with us as the citizens of Dolton, if you will. Like, man, these are real people. This is not just content. Not saying Long Island Audit thinks that, but his audience is totally different. So I'm sort of happy that Tommy G, I think that Long Island Audit and Tyrant Terminator, they get a lot of slack, but it's really, they're only out here because of Tommy G, in my opinion. When Tommy G's civil rights were violated, that's when we started seeing these auditors pop up. Like, try it with me. Tell me to give that ID, because Tommy gave his ID up. Spencer Cornelia, he ran out of town. They ran him right out of town. So it was now the amendment auditors. It's actually Lacey and Tiffany's fault. Everybody's coming out, in my opinion. So, but I think they're making us realize our rights. That's how I see it. Now, I do see the part about I know, like, the girl crying. I wasn't with that. I was like, girl, go sit down. Just, I don't know. I know she could have been genuine, but she didn't seem very genuine. She's like, it's scary. Like, just go sit down. But I do see them they feel like they're getting harassed. But really, you need to get your customer service in check and know the First Amendment rights. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. Now that I'm coming, what do you think about that? Because I don't think they should, people are like, well, he's just here for clout. Well, I think he's kind of shedding light on what we're going through, in my opinion.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing about it. I think with her, the woman who worked for, I think she worked in senior services, and her being afraid. So that was not the venue to do that, because, for me, it was if because she does have a valid concern about these strange people that's coming in. However, a lot of this atmosphere, and I think you touched upon it, is because of Tiffany and her actions. This is why these people from out of town are coming in and doing this. And so the blame has to be on her. The blame has to be on Tiffany, because she created this atmosphere. But she couldn't say that. She could not say that. My thing is this. It should have been, I'm an employee here, and so we just ask people to just give us a little grace, because we're working with a lot. And I would have, you know what, I would have been 100% with her. Like, yeah, you're right, because this is not your fault. You're just trying to get a check. Now, I even though it was funny, I was kind of like, that woman should have said that when somebody would say, just quit. Like, no, don't tell her that. That's not right, because I mean, like, people just can't quit jobs, and you know what the job market is like right now. You just can't get up and get another job in a week or so. Yeah. But yes, that wasn't the venue to kind of say your frustration, or vent your frustration out. That should have been, I guess it should have been more tactical than anything. So yeah, if you wanted to say something, just keep it short, and just implore to the public that, hey, I wasn't put in this situation, but I still got to do a job. So if you guys could just take it easy on us, we can help you out. And yeah, that would have been perfect. That would have been perfect.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect. She would have got a lot of sympathy on that if she would have just kept it short.
Yeah. I agree. It was like, okay, but once again, she was like, it's just like if I was flipping burgers at McDonald's.
Yeah, when she started getting all of that and talking about I'm not political, and then started pointing to Long Island Audits, which was the wrong move. I would have been like, she didn't do all that extra stuff. She would have been fine. But because she did all that, it was like, oh man. So now and I still had a heart for her. But at the same time, I was kind of like, oh man, you just messed up. You just messed up. Like, golly.
Because it seems like nobody up there realized that the taxpayers pay for their everything. everything, even the printer paper. It would have been cool to have to print out the agenda totally all the way, the what's going on, the budget. Taxpayers pay for that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
well
you.
I'm gonna get off.
I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right.
Okay, that is Gardis Watts. He called in, and we're gonna go. In case you missed what he had to say, I want to go over to Late Night Crew. Late Night Crew had a great view, and he was able to catch it in a moment. Let's see if I got it here.
Moderator, Madam Supervisor, trustees, administrators, and residents. Once again, this administration seems not to care about the dissatisfaction the people of this township have against the supervisor and her staunch opponent. You would have thought that voting down the health referendum for a second time would have made the message clear to this administration. But yet the supervisor has made it clear in her own mind for the last meeting that we are the ones that are wrong. We have been called brainwashed, hoodwinked, and led astray. And she was bold enough to talk to residents that live and vote here as if they were subjects under her rule.
Come on now.
Yes.
Come on.
Supervisor, we are not brainwashed. We are fed up. Hello. Nobody said that we didn't think mental health was important. We just don't trust you to fix it. Thank you. The last township we talked about, this township still has a mental health concern. I just asked about the budget and I didn't get a clear answer. Can you provide the name of the person who leads this program? No. Next question. Are they qualified to be mental health service providers?
It's questions and comments. We'll clear it up. Questions and comments. This is not Q&A. Your original agenda said questions and comments.
Okay, all right. Never mind. If you would not like to answer, I understand, because you don't want to answer to anybody. Because you feel like you don't report to nobody when it concerns your decisions with it.
Share the stream and tag Dolton, bro.
And even though you have trustees and administrators who support your obnoxious actions, and trust me, their day is coming. We will not support your intentional splurging and money to destroy Dolton. We will not support your efforts to subvert democracy in that district. And we will not support your scandalous conduct as the mayor of Dolton that uses the police as a you are all
badgering the workers. Like, I'm actually scared to come to work. Quit. You want me to quit, but you also want me to work for the community that I'm in. Hold on, look at it.
Can y'all see me? Put the one in the chat.
I live here. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore. You out of order. Go ahead. I just want to say we have nothing to do with the campaign. All we do, all workers do, is come here to help you guys. We don't have a vote on. We don't really care. When we come to work, my first priority is when I even said when I was trying to.
This is public comment.
I don't care about what's going on. I barely watch the news. All I want to do is work in my community. I volunteered a lot in Chicago, and I came here to.
Sorry, guys. I had to run out the room. Yes, let me tell you this. Shout out to Gardis Watts. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for thinking about all those that lives were lost in Dolton. The mayor had no kind of response. She did not care. I don't know who's advising her to look like that, but thankful people like you were able to stand up and ask these questions on the record, so that when this is reviewed at the next annual town hall meeting, possibly, it's going to be for 2025. It'll be for people to see that and question it time and time to come, even though it'll be a new supervisor then. Okay, let me go to Chavez. The sad thing is when super inmate gets tossed out of the office and into Club Fed, she will scream. It's an attack on her being a single black mom. Shaking my head. Yeah, but I hope she's able. Like, it should be like, you guys ever watch that show Black Mirror? It was this show called Black Mirror on Netflix, and it was like this thing where people could they would loop their lives. Their lives would be loop things they did in the past, and they had this little chip built into them where they could some other people could see, like, even if you were a smiling face, they could look and replay your past. I wonder if she would, if it would be so cool if they would loop her faces and the way she makes these faces at the people. Like, either be calm and stone face and not react, but then don't react so smug. You know what I'm saying? So you guys, I've been on here. I've been long-winded. Let me get to Jedediah Brown. I've been long-winded, guys. And I really appreciate Gardis for coming in and did I say his name wrong again? I'm so sorry. Jardis for coming in and no, I said it. Gardis for coming in. I'm so sorry, Mr. White. And it's not a difficult name. I don't know why I'm messing up this G. Thank you for coming over here and letting us know that last part of the speech when you said you were an employee without the record was for Michael Smith. Oh, that was some good information right there. Okay, guys, forgive me for being a little less organized today. I'm sorry, my work had taken a toll. Jedediah gave her the business. First of all, Jedediah Brown got $3,500 to come to Dolton. Let's go on over to Jedediah Brown. He earned every bit of that $3,500 when he came. If whoever raised that $3,500 for Jedediah Brown to come to Dolton, go ahead, trustees, find another. The trustees didn't raise it allegedly. I'm not saying that. But can we find another $1,500 out of Lori Lightfoot money for Jedediah Brown? Before we close this meeting, hit the like button. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for engaging in the chat. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for telling me your valuable opinions, because over here we all have an opinion and they're all respected. Okay. I want to hear from you for sure. Just so you know, the link is up there. If you have something to say, if it's respectful, we're here for you. But let's go ahead and share this screen over here. Because let me tell you, they be getting in the Lansing Journal buns. Okay. So the Lansing Journal, they were there taping the whole time, but they haven't it's been what, 3 days, 4 days? And I mentioned that, I said, I don't think they're going to be able to edit this. Like, shout out to Shay from Late Night Crew. He had to catch a flight that night or that morning, I'm not sure. But the thing about Shay, he actually was giving us the content live, got on the plane, and by the time he got home, he gave us a decompressed episode, a review of the whole thing. Lansing Journal ain't gave us nothing. Not to compare the two, but Lansing Journal, they had to decompress because old girl, I'm talking about old girl, somebody from the Lansing Journal, let me go to it. Thornton Township, is it gone? It was in the top post this week. Hold on, guys, we might have to get back to it, but basically I might have to get back to it. The lady from the Lansing Journal, Mr. I don't pray for me no more. He was blocking her. He was blocking her the whole time. Let me find the article, guys. Let's see. This guy right here.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in, and it came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
It should be a level of this. Okay. It should be a level of disgust for the way. Hold on, guys. I think it's gone. The Lancet Journal restricted media access. I had the link. Wait a minute, guys. Let's see if I can. Let me copy and paste. Because this is the thing. The woman wrote a whole essay. Okay, here it is. She wrote a whole essay on what happened to her, rightfully so, right? But they still hadn't put up what happened at the Thornton Township. So people who are waiting on the Lancet Journal content about the township and key points, they haven't gotten it yet. So they're coming for the Lancet Journal head. Let's read this really quick. These people, I understand they have a job to do, but Brother Moore, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. So this is from the Lancet Journal. Melanie, this is the part we heard Stephanie scream out, "Hey, security!" Oh, no, it's back. Security, Stephanie was like, "Hey, security, we need you. This man just hit this woman," but we couldn't see anything. So here we go. Let's read it, y'all. So this is the reporter note from Melanie Joxma. I am telling this story first person because it's an account of what happened to me at Thornton Township annual meeting on April 9th. This is not an editorial column or opinion piece. However, my intention is to simply report the facts as I saw them. Okay, as I descended the staircase into the lower level of the Thornton Township headquarters at 333 East 162nd Street in South Holland, I could see an arrangement of stanchions at the back of the rooms. They were linked by retractable vinyl belts, and the area was marked with a sign saying media. A cameraman from one of the Chicago broadcast stations had set up his gear there, and others arrived later. Okay, Lancet Journal, you in these ads, you almost as bad as me. How do I close this? How do I close this? Good Lord. They said they about to get their coin. Let me tell you, Lancet Journal has not seen this kind of action. I can't even move. I can't. What is this? What is this? Oh my goodness. Y'all, okay, wait a minute, Lancet Journal. Hold on, y'all. These ads are, y'all, hold on. I know we're supposed to be talking about one thing. Do y'all see these ads? Do y'all see the Lancet Journal ads? They have never been this. Look at this. They have never been this deep. And I saw Melanie leaving actually. Y'all, I'm sorry. Let me look at your comments because have you guys seen look at these ads? Lancet Journal, come on now. I know you trying to get the coin because Lancet Journal hasn't had this many hits ever. Probably since President Carter came to Thornridge. And look at this. This is ridiculous. I can't even click around this. Y'all, let me go to my iPad. Now, Lancet Journal, now come on now. As a content creator, I am with you. But come on now. Now, come on. You're going to have to make a banner for the ads or something. This is ridiculous. My good googly moogly. This is sad. So when you got, and I'm sorry, no shade, because Lancet Journal gave us some of the hottest stuff we're using to this day. I really love them. But you guys, this is a hot story. You can't blame Burgundy. You can't blame auditors. You can't blame Facebookers. You can't blame Jedediah Brown. You can't blame the Lancet Journal. You said that's my cat. Baby, let's just go to Jedediah Brown. Okay, I'm gonna give you the synopsis because I can't even. Y'all gotta ask Melanie. I can't even close the ads. So, wait, can y'all see this if I'm scrolling? Let me see if y'all can see this. Yeah, okay. But do you see like when yeah, y'all see it. I'm looking on my other thing. I can't. Another one. Do anybody want to go to the Titanic Chicago? Have you been to the Titanic Chicago exhibit? That's a good thing ads are for. Y'all, I give up. Melanie, sorry that happened to you, girl. So basically, what happened was, I'm a break it down because I can't get around the ads. So basically, what had happened was Melanie was sitting there. She had freedom of press. She told Brother Moore told her to go to the back. She said, "I'm not going to the media department." And he tried to block her again. She tried to move her camera. She pulled his hand down because he was in her way, intentionally blocking her. And then the phone got knocked out of his hand. Now, Melanie, if it's something else that happened, girl, you're going to have to call up here. The link is in the description because it's too many ads for me to even find out. I'm scared. I am confused. I can't even, the stolen cat. I can't even get around it. I can get around this one. How do I get around this dang on motorcycle? All right, Melanie, thank you for your input. Moving on to Jedediah Brown. This is ridiculous. Thank you, Tanya Harper. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super sticker. Oh my goodness. Thank you, John QQ. And you guys, John QQ had a great breakdown on Dolton. It was his initial video, and it was really, 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 really good. It was really, really good. He started from the top. So if you need to catch up, and then he's going into the Alexis Wilson case and things. If you need to catch up on Dolton, it was good. I was at work listening. Oh my goodness, I get it. I can't even Tony, thank you. I was in the same front row as him. Oh, we got Black Crypto calling in. Let's get him, and then we'll go to them, because I don't know. Then we'll go to Jedediah Brown. I was in the same front row as him, and he had been fussing at her, using her camera for a while before that happened. It was like a middle-aged white lady. He did that too. I saw her. On there, but child, we actually saw her go to her car afterwards, and I figured that's who it was. But Lancet Journal, this is too much action. They haven't even had time to download and edit. And when was the meeting? The 9th. Today is the 12th. That is a long time to put anything up about the meeting. Okay, bringing up Black Crypto to the stage. Black Crypto, how are you?
How you doing? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. You're live.
Hey, thank you for bringing me up. Appreciate your channel. I came to you from Long Island Audit from your first time he linked up with you, and that's how I got on. So listen, I've been following this thing for a very long time, and I caught wind of this from Pink Book Lessons. I don't know if anybody else knows. She keeps up with what's going on here, and other foolery around the country like this. But I don't have much of anything to say other than when Jedediah Brown finished cooking her, I noticed because I kept watching her reactions. Yo, she caught feelings for that brother. The way she was looking at him. Mm-hmm. When you play Jedediah Brown, y'all pay attention to her reaction after he finished. Yo, I know that look. She was like, I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking. She caught a little bit of feel. He cooked me, but damn, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jedediah, I tell you, he could talk a bald woman into a barrette. I said Jedediah got the gift. It's something about him. He's charming. He is. I like Jedediah, but yeah.
He was with her. I don't know. I really wasn't catching. He said he was with her during her campaign or something. And there's a lot of moving parts to this with Thorn Township and Dolton. Because a lot of people, when he was like Frank Brown, I said, oh, he must be talking about the prior mayor. Because I listened to a lot of the other auditors and like just slowly but surely putting the pieces together. But yo, the other brother, I didn't know that was him you was talking to, that was talking about the when he hit her with scripture. And I said, that's out of Proverbs, I believe. And I said, he always talking about, God, God, God. But I noticed, I said, you know what I noticed? She ain't never, anybody that reads the Bible, that's truly with God, they're gonna give you some scripture. They always gonna give you some kind of scripture. She has never once said anything. That woman ain't for God. She ain't with God. She couldn't be with God. It's just like he said, when the righteous are in power, when the righteous are in power, the people rejoice. But when the wicked, I don't know that whole scripture. When the wicked are in power, the people they're not doing well. And this is a classic. This is a prime example of that. Prime example of that. But I just wanted y'all to pay attention after he finished cooking her. Look at that. She was ignoring a lot of people. That was shocking to me, that she had to sit there and take that. But I said, it's not Dolton. She ain't running the show. It's too many hands there, and she had to be there. That's a once in a year meeting for Thornton Township. She had to be there. She had to take that. You see how she was disregarding Long Island order. He was bringing receipts to her. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, he's just there for clout. No, he goes around if you go to his channel, some of you guys, when you got time, he actually goes, he'll get arrested the whole 9 yards, but he'll go back and sue them, and he'll bring you updates of those receipts.
Now that's a good question, Black Crypto, because that's everyone's problem. It seems like a little bit, not everyone's, but I love our community because we talk about it. So I was listening to some comments, and they were like, okay, if he comes back and sue Dolton, I just learned about Long Island audit. I got a lot of slack when I rolled up on him that first time. People thought it was a setup, but Dolton's so small. If I see a 6 foot tall guy with sunglasses, and he, it's 95% black, so I'm looking like, what you doing here? Let me turn around and spin the block.
I didn't know he was 6 foot.
He's taller than 6 foot. I don't know if you saw me in the last video. I'm looking up at him because he's probably 6'5". He's probably 6'5". He's super tall.
Wow.
And
that's why they was pointing at him.
Oh, when he come in, he's really soft stepping. He's respectful. He's quiet.
He's not an aggressive person, and that's what gets under.
Yeah, he's really soft. Like, I don't even know when my girlfriend had to point out that he's here, and she got frustrated with me because I didn't understand what she was like, I'm trying to tell you, log out. And I was like, huh? But he was walking so soft, even though he's tall. He's about 6'4", 6'5". But you don't notice him when he entered the room, but because it's mostly black, we notice, right? So when I rolled up on him that first time, people thought it was a setup. People thought it was like we had planned that. I didn't know him. So this is quite interesting to see that he went to the podium to speak because his audience asked for him to speak, and Mayor Henyard looked down. Oh, wait, did I lose Black Crypto? Did I lose him? Oh, I'm talking to myself, y'all. Black Crypto, thank you. Thank you so much. I lost him. I don't know what's going on. I think people's phones are dropping. Okay. If you come on back, because it's in the description. I'm talking to myself, y'all. Thank you so much, Black Crypto. Come back if you can. So I want to play the part about Jedediah. But yeah, back to Long Island. He's very soft-spoken, in my opinion, and he walks really quietly. But when they saw him and he's walking around with the camera, that's a threat. That's a threat. And I don't know how he does it. Hey, Miss Indiz. Wait, no, it wasn't. We're going to say Tiffany cut the mic off. No, it wasn't. It was that DJ. That DJ That DJ, they slid him a 20. He did what he had to do. Good morning, Berg. Shout out to Valerie Fisher. I fixed all the issues. What was the issues, Shay? Shout out to Real Late Night Crew. Please follow Shay. You know we support him over here. What's going on? And Shay, I got the link at the top if you want to call in, because they was eating me up in the comments over there in your section. You know how the people get to eating me up in your comments and get to eat you up in my like we're Siamese, like we're conjoined at the hip or something. Here is mainly on the people's radar. She would crumble under pressure. She would let me tell you something. I saw in Della Creme Della. I saw in Shay's chat that she mentioned. I haven't even finished because Shay, I've been working. It's not that I'm ignoring your chat. I have been working. I saw her put that I had a crush on Long Island. Long Island, and he's handsome. This Long Island audit, he's handsome. He is handsome. Let me go back to, let me see if I got a picture of Long Island audit. That's Long Island audit right here. He is a handsome guy. Really nice person. From what I only met him at 3 times, and I was over in Shay chat and they were like, he don't even know her. She's such a fan. She's such a groupie. I'm like, he's nice. He's respectful. He's bringing awareness to the community in my opinion. Shout out to Sean Reyes, and thank you so much. Like, I'm going to always give all of you guys that, like, thank you, Shay, for giving me over the threshold. Thank you for Hannibal for shouting me out. It's so many of you. Della Creme Della, thank you for the cash. I'm always cash up. Thank you. Y'all worried about me talking about I'm crushing on Sean. What you need to be worried about is me and Jedediah. That Jedediah Brown, I told you he'll talk a bald woman into a barrette. He'll sell a fish some water. Jedediah Brown, when he got up there, that's who you need to worry about. Burgundy, why all of a sudden you endorsing Jedediah Brown? Don't worry about it. He is just, I've told y'all since the beginning, he is very handsome, very charming. My problem with Jedediah Brown is he'll go out and do a task and won't complete it, or do a task and it comes with controversy. And I did have time to talk to him about it briefly. Like, you know, if you finish this task, I'm gonna put Lori. I know this sounds weird, but you know how people are like Lori Lightfoot. You know how people are like Lori Lightfoot is bad because she was a bad mayor, but she's a good prosecutor. I think we could put Jedediah in that too. Jedediah is controversial. He come with some mess. He's messy, but he bring crowd out. He knows how to speak. He gets the public riled up. It's like a catch-22. So it's like we have to say, oh, yeah, Lori Lightfoot really wasn't feeling her as a mayor. But yeah, we're going to let her investigate Dolton. Jedediah Brown. Sorry, guys, getting the hiccups. Jedediah Brown. We remember that Kanika Jenkins situation, and it wasn't right. He was right there, left with Andrew Holmes, dead in the center. But he do get the people moving. That little dude, Jedediah, I don't know what kind of voice box or throat box he had. Jedediah is a small guy. He has just this voice. And I remember what Black Crypto was saying, he felt like Tiffany was attracted to him. I feel like he was like, you're cute. Yeah, you cute. You're pretty. And y'all, when he said you drinking your nice water, haven't we been talking about she always got to have Fiji water all the time? All the time. She got to have Fiji water. Like, I bet you in her office is all green M&Ms. Like she's like the Mariah Carey of mayorship.
Like, pick out. I only want the pink Starburst and the green M&Ms. She's like, J-Lo, don't look me in the eye. Let me get to these comments, you guys. Let me tell you, y'all talking about Long Island, and Long Island is handsome in his own right. He's handsome in his own right. Thank you, Long Island. Thank you, Sean Reyes. But y'all need to be worried about that Jedediah Brown and Burgundy Blue. Jedediah look like he smell good, don't he? He look like he smell good. And he look you in the eye when he talk to you. Like, people be talking about what they worry about, who he sleep with in his bedroom. Long as the monkey is in the cage, long as the monkey, Jedediah Brown is something else. He's something, and that's it. I'm gonna be all seriousness. Jedediah Brown would be a good community leader. He would be a good advocate, and this is Burgundy Blue telling you her opinion. If he would follow through. He can't get mad at people asking him where the money is going because they've seen what happened. He can't get mad because the past is the past. If he followed through with the citizens of Dolton and lead what he's trying to do, it's gonna be a different story. Like, it be certain things like the cop situation. If the pictures of the, let's say the I'm just throwing it out there. If he got a restraining order from the police officer, okay. I think the restraining order was more because he's trying to talk about the sexual escapades than the unethical behavior. What my girl Trina Down said, unethical and corrupt behavior. So that's when the messiness get in. But are you doing the messiness because it keeps an audience? Because yesterday, y'all, I was on Facebook all night trying to figure out what Jedediah was doing in between work. So I don't know. So the bottom line with Jedediah Brown, like I said in the beginning, and I stand on it, I said Jason House. Jason House, don't you go over there giving Jedediah Brown no information. And that's what I'm saying. Don't you go over there. Don't you go over there giving no information to Jedediah Brown. No.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Don't you do it if you know what's good for you. And that's just because I feel in my situation. And look, Jedediah, I don't want one of them manila envelopes. I don't want one of them files you got over there. But it just gets messy. You know what I mean? It gets messy. Oh, we got Shay calling in. Before we get to Jedediah, let's bring up Shay from Late Night Crew. All right, Shay, you here? Hey, Shay, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. What's up, Shay? What's the merch today? What you got on? It's a Mr. Property out yet?
I'm just lounging, just the lounge shit. Hold on, let me put you over here so I can not look over there.
Okay.
Yeah, just my lounge stuff.
Nice.
Shout out to the chat.
Yes, follow Late Night Crew, you guys. We need that municipality. I wasn't expecting that shirt.
Today is Municipality Day.
Y'all,
Today is Municipality Day.
Late Night Crew. Late Night Crew. Hey, everybody say, hey, Shay. Hey, Shay.
Hey, I want to say this to you. I want to say this to your face, right?
Well, yeah, I would come on. I got a bonnet on. I would come on.
Yeah, don't turn that camera on if you got a bonnet on.
Do
not turn that camera on if you have a bonnet on.
It got rhinestones on it, but it's still a bonnet.
Is that motherfucker gonna be on the warrant list?
Yep.
I knew it. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it to you because I've said it out loud. I, Deshae Hall Sr., personally think you wrong. You are the most in-depth, you and Dell are probably the most in-depth reporters of this Dolton situation on the planet, not just in wherever y'all at, on the planet. and you gave very exclusive coverage, and your coverage was better than most when that was happening. So I just didn't like you doing all of that hard ass work and then you giving all of your credit to somebody else. That didn't mean that I had, you know, I don't want you to think that I'm like, man, he don't even like people showing love to nobody. No, that's not what that was. But I just felt like you weren't showing nearly enough love to yourself and how much work you put into the content you do.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I get it. I was just to be clear. When I did, my phone was dead. My girl can vouch for me. We were in the spot, and she might not vouch for me. I'm not saying like that. We were in the spot, and then I refreshed my stuff just to see what's going on. By the time Long Island did say what he said, not to say that I'm not giving you credit, me credit, or anything like that. When he said, "Hey guys, go over there," by the time my phone charged, I had over 1,000 people had subbed that fast. So I wanted to just give him his just due for that. I think I'm doing good, but
he said your name wrong.
He said he called me Blueberry. He called Jason House Andrew.
Exactly.
I don't take Blueberry. Let me tell you, but Andrew Holmes. As long as he didn't call me Andrew Holmes, I was okay. But it's not like this is what I want. It's not like me and you, I have a personal relationship with you, in my opinion. So it's me and Long Island Audit. It's just he saw me drive up that day. He saw me the other day at the Dolton, and then he saw me, if you notice, when I turned the corner, he was like, "Shout out your channel." He saw us again. So he's just seeing me, but we don't talk any other time.
Y'all should. That's just my opinion. You ain't gotta say nothing to that. That's just my opinion.
You think so? Because I feel like he's an auditor and he's going state to state to state.
Okay, so this is what I mean, like with what you
calling
do.
me Blueberry and it's
but let me tell you, this is exactly what you do and what I'll be talking about. The only reason he was good was because you came and told everybody he was there and that he was there to help.
What do you mean?
Remember the first time he came and it was closed and you pulled up on him?
Oh no, they put him out. They put him out. It wasn't closed yet. It got closed because the auditors were coming, which I have a question about that too. What happened to the people that were sitting in Tiffany Henyard's desk? Did they release that video yet?
Nah, apparently they was on clout time.
Because I'm like, if they were sitting at the desk, because I personally feel like Long Island Audit didn't really cause the shutdown, but I'm waiting to judge before I see their video, because I feel like them coming and sitting, I wasn't saying it was racist, but you coming to sit in the mayor's seat with her gavel, that's not right, in my opinion.
Well, especially if that's all you were doing. Like, because this is what I be on. I joke really hard and to the fullest, but there's something behind it too. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
so it's like if you're gonna joke like that, then you got to kind of have some work that match. Where it's like you can't, it would look weird if I was going this hard on Tiffany, but wouldn't come to Dolton, wouldn't speak to anybody else and stuff like that.
I feel like you saw Dolton heart, and that's what made you saw we were real people. You didn't see us as like I did at first. That's the only reason I came on. I started to see people post the number one reason I came on to do this story. I saw a content creator I really respected, and I still respect. They posted that, what is it called, that Tiffany Henyard Cares? What's that called when you sign, you're the registered owner, the registered. Yes. They posted it, and I saw all the addresses. I knew every address, and I knew who lived at the address, and I knew that they were just, you ever had, I'm gonna use my mama address to get. Yep. I knew that they lived nowhere near that address, and it was posted with the address. I knew it was a 98-year-old person living in that address with a home a caretaker. You know what I mean? They didn't even live there. And I said, I have to say something, because to me, I know the addresses. It'll be like, I know this is apples and oranges, but somebody posted Wendy Williams building and they got all the addresses in the building. I wouldn't know what that was. But by me living in Dolton, I knew that they didn't even live in those houses. and you're giving out house addresses. That's what made me get up there and say something. So you saw us as real people at the end of the day, and I appreciate it. And I just have to say that, like, I think that, for instance, I saw you on O'Shea Duke Jackson video. Congratulations. I love that you got the best coverage of the night. The best coverage of the night. I feel like if he covered you, shouted you out, would you give him any kind of, would you say shout out to O'Shea too? And did your followers grow from like 100 to 200?
Not in that scenario, no.
Mm.
The reason why is like he wasn't the only person that shouted you out. And other people shouted you out for longer too.
Really? Okay, so I didn't see that. I'll listen.
I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
Just Late Night Crew. We had over 3,000 people the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time. And we were there the whole time.
You sure were.
The whole time. So I'll just put it that way. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. And I shout out Late Night Crew repeatedly. Like I said, I could never repay you, but my plan is to make sure you understand. You are appreciated.
You got me saying that to everybody now. I said it at the car the other day.
I love car rest.
I say it to you got me saying it to everybody now.
Yeah.
Look, can I borrow your ear for just like 2 seconds to say something?
Please.
I promise it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I want to talk to people about my chat. Number one thing, if somebody don't have a blue wrench, man, talking to me about it is almost pointless. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I have 2 different tiers of wrenches. I got like people like Burgundy Blue and other content creators and maybe celebrities, if you will, or people close to the situation. I'll give them wrenches just to stay out of the way, to keep them from the ruckus. Pretty much all the other wrenches, I know these people personally. These are my people. These are my real people. Now, a lot of y'all don't know, I got probably about 1,000 YouTube videos hidden, live streams. I'm talking, you wouldn't believe how many views I have hidden. And we were reporting on this show called Big Brother on CBS. And we were literally the best in the world at it. And the level of harassment that we received from the way that I deliver my style and stuff, you would not believe. So a lot of people kind of have battered wife syndrome, for lack of better words, where it's just kind of like everybody's just kind of sitting waiting for a fist to come, and the fist hasn't come at all, and everybody's been amazing to us. So when we have newer people, like a lot of people, and I've been trying to explain to my people, like, yo, heavy out in the streets there. So there are a lot of people in Dolton that truly just don't know YouTube protocol and all these different types of things, and people are accidentally getting bounced and whatnot for mundane stuff. Me, on my channel, there's really only one rule. As long as you're not disrespectful to me or anybody in the chat, man, it's not going to be no issue. But the disrespectful stuff, I may say something, I may not, but the result pretty much going to be the same. You up out of there. So I wanted to say that whoever this Clark person is, I don't know that person, and I don't care. I know Clark has a problem with the N-word, but keeps coming to my chat and to everybody else's chat to know that I say the N-word, even though if he went to Dolton, he would learn how much the N-word may or may not be used. So I don't worry about stuff like that. And, I know a lot of people have been concerned and whatnot. Like, mods, if y'all see any type of disrespect to Burgundy, we not entertaining it. That's just the end of it.
Oh, same here. You know what? Speaking of, I don't even want to put the spotlight on Clark. I think that sometimes the mods time out people, and then they get frustrated with us, and we're talking, so they don't know we did not see that. Exactly. We don't know what's going on until after the live or something like that. Now, if you listen to Shay at night, I had, like you have Clark, I had RR. So if you listen to Shay at night, he has a different kind of language than Burgundy does in the daytime. Now, but I think me and Shay are 2 different age brackets too. So I don't really.
No, we not. How old do you think I am?
Like
32, something like that. Are you like 30?
Nigga, Shay won today, nigga.
She was like, yeah. I'm like, I thought you were in your 30s or
I'm getting ready to turn 42.
Really? Okay. See, this is totally different. Like you heard Dr. Nikita said that Tiffany said, you know, be you this, you that. I come from a different, like, me and my friends don't call each other bees. You know what I mean? So I can in a negative way or like, B, you did that, B, you going over there. We ain't doing that. We're not doing nothing like that. Okay. That's we might fight.
Not even when y'all wearing bonnets?
See, bonnets is different. Bonnets are altered. Now, if you leave the house with the bonnet, you're able to say what you want. But no, it's like a different kind of. But then sometimes you'll see me in the chat and I'll be joking, and people will be like, well, that's Burgundy After Dark. It's a whole different ball game. Right. But I also saw, when I was asking you, I was like, it was this nice older white lady, and she was following you around. And I was like, wait a minute, she listened to your show? Like, it's totally, it depends. So if you could take away with your ears, take away what you want to, you could do that. But I want to say this. I think what makes me different and you different and everybody else coming to Dolton, it's all working because it's putting pressure. No matter if we agree, hey, this person ain't gonna put back in the Dolton. Do they have to? You know what I mean? I'm the same way when I hear people say, this is how I feel. I'm the same way when somebody say, hey, you're here in Dolton, you're doing this situation. I'm in Dolton. Everybody done left me. I was at the store last night, and I said, just like when me and you were together, and I was asking for something, and someone turned around and said, do you got a podcast? Are you Burgundy? I'm still here by myself. And then Jedediah Brown is saying, we're going to need to move. I need to relocate because people know where I am. Okay, so do y'all relocate Burgundy too?
Who am I included in that, y'all?
No, I don't mean you.
Okay, I was just making sure because I promise I didn't come there to try to make it tougher for you. I promise.
No. I'm just saying that now that he, like for instance, Jedediah, he brought out the whole situation. He got a restraining order when we were there. When they pulled him to the back, that scared me.
That scared me too. I ain't gonna hold you.
Scared because I was like, oh God. But
I was like, they about to beat him.
He showed he told us, and we're gonna get to that. He showed his personal addresses, 2 houses, and he says, now they know my address. I have to pack up both houses, and I need your help. Are y'all gonna pack up me too, or y'all just gonna pack up the people that don't even live here? So it goes all kinds
Burgundy,
of ways.
You might know who I'm talking about. If you do, then you can give me permission to say who told me this, because you probably know who told me this.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally what somebody was telling me they were worried about was the follow through.
Yeah.
They talk about we can get what we got in the meeting, but what we gonna get after this?
Yeah.
And I can see how some people will feel like that's a play to bolt up out of there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And especially and not only bolt up out of there, but bolt up out of there with without a hard idea of when you could come back. Because just waiting for when things are safe, that there's no timetable for that.
You're right. You're right. Let me tell you, it's no timetable for that. People are going to only come out here for the salaciousness. And I'll tell y'all this. I've had recently, and if you remember my channel, that was before that. But the second time I've had my voters registration be weaponized because people started to know who I was. It was somebody in your chat, and thank God to your mod, they said my real name in your chat, and the mod caught it.
Good.
They're like, oh, I know her. You know what I mean? When you were playing my video, I was so happy. They just caught, the mod was so smart. And then let me tell you this, if you sit up there and you say, wait till it's safe, it's never safe for people like us. You're coming back and forth. You saw how the police officer blocked you because they knew who you were. So you're being blocked. So now imagine me, a registered voter, my people getting knocks on the door now. Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. But you have to, but I'm trying not to be messy. I feel like I'm non-biased, but I do have an opinion. But people don't respect that. So no, it's not safe for none of us. But at the end of the day, I don't think we can blame Long Island or Tyrant Terminator or any of these auditors that's coming in, getting their content and leaving, because it was really Detective Lacey and Tiffany Henyer fault with that Tommy G video when they violated his rights. That sent the, like you called it, that sent the auditors out here.
Well, yes, and I do think that. And again, when I give my opinion on it, because I'm built differently, and I know a lot of people find me quirky and all that stuff, and I get that. But like, my agreement and my setup with the Lord is definitely going to be different than everybody else's. So I definitely understand that. But if y'all really knew how big they checks be from just coming there for a day, that's why Tommy G was like, we got to at least set it up to at least get a minimum of 15 bands for this, because he knows the type of money was going to be clocked from that. I lost all my money, but I still get to have enough to try to supplement the operation. And even before then, I was making decent money from it. So that's just be on my personal things. Like, man, can you just put a piece of it in there, because it would help, bro? Won't you just send some pizzas to a meeting, or it's stuff that they could do. Even they ain't gotta come and be right in here and do it. Once you get home next month, when the check come, drop something off. That's all I'm saying. And now, obviously, I don't look at nobody and be like trying to count people's pockets or nothing like that. Yeah. But bro, that's like me sitting here looking at an NBA. If an NBA player went into fucking Dolton and made all these videos and stuff, people would look at this NBA player weird for not making any money. Well, some of these dudes got NBA money on a small level.
But how we know they don't? What if they are not vocal about it? How we know they don't just say, you know what? Hey, I just want to slide this little money over to you. How we know they haven't done that or they won't donate to Jason House campaign? Or how do we know? Like, we haven't gave them the time, in my opinion. And in Long Island, I'm not defending him, but when we go to Long Island, he was here for Berwyn. So since he was here for Berwyn for the deposition, he came and doubled back to Dolton because his audience asked him to. Just like my audience asked, can I do ride-alongs? Shoot, I'm scared now. So I'm like, I can't really do, because now the people know who I am. So now I'm scared to do so many, not scared like in fear, but right. I don't want to be out here doing so. Dolton, you saw how small Dolton is. So all I got to do is a left and a right and a turn. And I'm right. But it's like, how do we know? Just because you're not vocal about it, people sometimes don't want to do the presentation in front of everybody. Just like Cat Williams, what he do for what's her name, the lady that he got the star for the Hollywood Walk of Fame, or how he went, Melba Moore, he got her star, paid for it, nobody said anything for years, or how he helped many people with money and gave his fur coat off his back. Some people just don't want to say it.
Okay. Can I say this part? Can I just interject this one small part?
Yeah, you can do whatever. Yeah.
Okay, no, this your show.
We'll over here.
I just want to say, like, okay, so with the Cat Williams analogy, all of those people can attest that Cat Williams knows them, and Cat Williams will say he knows them. Cat Williams wouldn't think that Jason House is Andrew Holmes. So when that type of stuff is on the table, it's very hard for me to believe when you don't even know who Jason House. Who in Dolton don't know who Jason House is?
Me. I'm sorry, Jason House. I had no idea who Jason House was before he knocked on my door. Maybe and I'm not trying to I don't need you to knock on my door, trustees, or none of y'all. Jace, let me tell you who was out there, and this is from somebody on the ground. Tiffany Henyer. Now I'm learning now, maybe I was in her, what do you call it, like her area, maybe that's why I saw her so much. But Jason House, me and Jason House are the same age. I do not recall ever running into him in the grocery store or nowhere, and it's no shade, I'm just like, I didn't know. I knew the name Jason House running for
But I'm
trustee.
talking about right now in the last year.
Oh,
Who in
now
Dolton?
yeah, everybody know who Jason
Oh,
House is.
so how
Yeah,
he don't know? How is
because
he helping and not even knowing who everybody know? That'd be what I be on. That doesn't mean anything. That's not like a conviction or anything. That's definitely innuendo. But that's just kind of the logic that I be on, where I'm just like, how can you really when you don't know anything or anybody? I watched on cam. You tried to school him on something that I promise he needed to hear you say it, and he wasn't even trying to hear it.
yeah, he was more concerned. But see, I think his concern is what his subscribers want, what he does as an auditor. I'm not looking for him to come out here and be an activist.
No,
Just
me
like
neither.
I was corrected by Jedediah. I was like, Jedediah need to start with small stuff, like getting Kiana Belcher picture put back up. Find out this. And then someone corrected me and said, but Burgundy, that's not what Jedediah does. Jedediah does the messiness and expose corruption. That's what Jedediah's strength is. And I said, oh, so they said the trustees need to worry about getting Kiana Belcher put. That's something small they could do. You know what I mean? And it brought that to my attention. So now I'm paying attention like Shay. I feel like I could be wrong. I feel like you saw we were in need and we were in need of support. So you demonetize and all. Make sure y'all subscribe to Late Night Crew. Support him over there. He doesn't ask me for that, but I'm saying it. You saw we were in need. We were scrambling. People rights were being violated, and you don't know what capacity you were coming out here, but you know you were coming out here to help. And you put your foot on the ground and you came to help us. And that is appreciated. But I didn't look at you like you were coming in there to stop and audit people. You know, just like I didn't look at Long Island audit like he was supposed. It's a cultural difference too, in my opinion. It's a cultural situation, just like when we get into the police and stuff like that. You know, when I hear the police, I'm like, all right, I'm out. Don't matter. Like, I'm gone. I'm gone. You said you did what? You don't know what's in my purse. Let me get up out of here.
I had just gotten to it with a police officer when I got outside and saw all them cop cars across the street.
Now
There was no hanging around for me. I was gone.
The cop cars, now it was okay, it's so much going on with the cops. South Holland Police Station is right there, but it's really east of where I was parked, and probably if I picture where you were parked, it would have been like south of you, I'm thinking. But where I think they were expecting a riot or something, which is why at the end of the meeting, because I know y'all had to leave.
Okay, so I'll tell you, I could give you a picture. So you know when you go up the stairs and go out the township door,
yeah,
you go straight out that door. I walk probably straight out that door about 3 rows to where I was at.
I think you were at the north entrance. Yeah. Okay. So
I'm looking straight out the window to my right. So if I look to my left, I'm seeing the township door. Looking to my right, I see like what that strip mall, whatever, and that's where I saw like 5 cops huddled up with their lights on.
Okay, so you were by the Walgreens, which is actually where the Chase Bank. You guys, we gotta get to that. That's where the Chase Bank. Where people are like, Chase Bank is not. It's not in Harvey. Chase Bank right across the street where Shay was looking. That's where Chase Bank is.
Okay.
But so in the back where the Leeds Park, I'm gonna say, that's where Long Island was. And if you notice, me and my girl, we were walking around the back to avoid everybody. And we didn't even know we were going to run into him. So in the back, we have the 18,000 people on his chat calling about plates. And then in the front, you have the situation with the police thinking it might be a outbreak. And I found that out later, like that people might become unhinged. And then on the left, you got, this is me and my thinking, you got Chief Staples over there like Jedediah Brown in there after what he didn't put my family through.
Right.
So
Mama head was polishing it up.
Everybody was doing too much that night. So I'm glad. Now, let me tell you this. South Holland Police is a little different than Dolton Police. They at least, as you can see when Tyrant Terminator came in, not Tyrant, no, I think it was Long Island. They at least try to assess a little bit more, but they still the police. And from where I come from, it's like, But do you got the police? But we have to get back to knowing our rights, and we have to get back to holding people accountable. That means staff, police, everybody. They have to be held accountable for how they're treating the situation. Even when we get to the Alexis Wilson case, I'm going to say this out my mouth. And I'm sorry, Cara. I feel like if it wasn't for what was going on now with Tommy G, all these people coming into town, they would have forgot about Alexis Wilson. I don't recall anybody saying anything about Alexis Wilson in Dolton after the mayor got her detail. I don't recall anybody saying, let's get a park, let's plant a tree, let's put a memorial up for her, let's paint a mural. I haven't seen nothing like that until the eyes shine on Dolton. I'm gonna send you something, Shay, so that you can use tonight. I went by Funnel Cake Man's place in I want people to know about Funnel Cake Man, but I don't have the time because I'm working so hard.
I'm glad you said that because I'm actually starting to work on that.
Okay, great. He didn't have no business in a food truck or standing outside with a tent. This is in Orland Mall, is one of his businesses. He's in between Macy's and Cheesecake Factory. Okay, so Mrs. Funnel Cake Man, this is prime real estate they pay for to be in that ritzy mall like Orland, or what's the other one they're in? I think they're in South Lake. When you walk in the doors of Orland, you want a funnel cake right away. It's not no little shabby business where it's an orange sticker getting on the door. This is a real situation. And they took this man's life. People forgot about that. That's why the people are getting so riled up. And if the police are held accountable, and if the auditors and the village constituents, now we're getting into it. Now we're like, oh, hell no, this isn't right. What they did to Alexis wasn't right. We want the full tape. We're claiming that because Kim Fox and them are not coming to save us. So that I just want to say that I think everybody's being helpful in their own way. I really do, because I'm learning along the way. We needed Jedediah. Like I would tell you, we need somebody to start to kick it off.
Yeah, and it'd be some of the antics for me. Like, as far as all this stuff go, I'll be cool, but like I and my platform in no way can mess with Long Island audits under any circumstance. He lied right to my face about Alexis Wilson.
How did he lie about Alexis Wilson?
When I talked to him, when he came in my chat and was trying to defend how he was moving, I was talking to him about him going on his police rant. And he tried to imply that he talks to Carl Wilson by stating that his attorney is the same attorney as her attorney. Because that's why I was like, why don't you talk to nobody? And his response to why don't you talk to nobody was, Cara's attorney, my attorney are the same, which I can take a reasonable logic is to assume that he's telling me that he talks to Cara. I speak to Cara. Cara lets me know that she has emailed him several times and he never even responded to her. Tyrant Terminator did, but he didn't. So that when he did that right there, I can't mess with that because he know what he was doing. And the only reason why he came is because he was kind of taking a bath over it. And he felt like he needed to say it. And then he said, because when he said that, I eased all the way up on the situation. So I was like, okay, then. So there is some progress there. And that's all I was really talking about. And he went along with that, only for me to find out that he completely lied. So
I'm missing the lie. So he said that his attorney was the same attorney as Cara in the chat.
And that was in response to me telling him that if you was really like helping and stuff with the police, how come you ain't talked to any of these people that are involved with this? And multiple people were there and seen this. And his response to that was, Cara and him have the same attorneys. So why would I not assume that means you talked to her when that was what the conversation was about and that was your answer to it?
That him and Cara have the same attorney. So do you think that y'all could chop it up on a chat? Like, I don't think this is my reason. And I'm not trying to downplay it because I have much love and respect for Cara. I
I remember emailing Hannibal. He never got back to me. I remember emailing Long Island saying thank you. He never got back to me. Do you think it's like I emailed what's his name? The lead attorney some information. He never got back to me. So do you think it could be just an overkill of people? I'm just asking from my perspective. Do you think it's an overkill of people asking, hey, come here, come here, come here? And maybe
any of these people asked about you first, and then they implied that they talked to you first, because that's what happened here. So if it was just that, man, that's cool. If he would have said, I haven't talked to her, and and then I found out she had emailed him and stuff like that, then that is what I would be on. I'm like, oh, well, he deal with a bunch of stuff. He tried to make it seem like he did talk to her.
That he was both. Okay, so what do you think that, in your opinion, Long Island audit should do for Dolton since he's coming?
I can't speak for that because I'm not an auditor and I don't know any type of things of how that's supposed to go. All I know is my personal experience. He made stuff worse for me. It's just what it is. Within 30 seconds, if you go back and watch, within 30 seconds of me seeing all the cops across the street, before that, I got into it with Morris over my First Amendment right. He's the auditor that's supposed to go around auditing rights. He never audited the fact that my civil rights was violated for the whole time he was there.
And
he put me on his stream multiple times.
Oh, okay. So you saw him put you on the stream. So
yeah.
Okay. So this is my question. If this is I swear, hope y'all don't lose y'all over this, but I do have to ask a question. I like to have these conversations.
Right.
And I'm thinking about what I want to say without saying it. Is he to be held accountable to respond to Cara? Is he is he supposed? I remember in my chat, I had a conversation, and I love this young lady. Do not take it wrong. Shawan Burns. We were talking about Cara, and Cara, if you come across this, please fact check, correct me. It was about 4 lives ago. And she said she handed it out to this person. Jedediah had never gotten back to her. I recall that. She was like, he said he was going to get back to me, and he never did. She said she emailed Shawan Burns, but she doesn't think Shawan Burns is interested. Mm-hmm. Do they have to respond to every person, even though we know how hurtful it was, and we know that in like everybody is covering this story? I get emails all the time about situations. I think one person that is going under the radar is and it's my fault. It's my fault because I can't remember. Is it Christopher Moore? That was murdered at the Maxwell Street Polish.
Mm-hmm.
I never even knew that happened. I never even knew that happened. So, and a lot of people don't cover that, like him and the 4 others that were injured. Do they have to? They have to?
That's a whole different issue. If somebody asked them why haven't they talked to them when they're trying to be like, this is what they be doing, and this was very specific. He was talking about the police.
Okay.
And all he would talk about with the police was all the stuff he went through and was afraid of with the police. All I countered with was there's multiple people in Dolton that's got real stories that are connected to the police. Had he listened to the person who spoke before him, Trina Downs, she literally named multiple specific things the police did to Dolton. He gets behind her, don't say none of that. That's cool and all. So now when I ask you about that, you cannot throw back to me implying that you talked to like Cara. That's where it went left. He don't imply that. I don't feel the way I feel. But he did, and he did it for the sole purpose for me to get off his head about what I was talking about. And it worked. When he said that, I dialed it all the way back and thanked him for that.
Wow.
I only found out that it was a lie.
Do she
Wayne never talked to Cara. Now if Shawan Burns and O'Shea Lou Jackson, he was over in Africa. I'm sure, I understand that. I'm a content creator. Sometimes it takes me a couple, especially just getting off the road. So it ain't even about like, you got to answer every email about Dolton. But don't try to say that, oh, well, me and Cara got the same lawyer in response to Why ain't you talk to Carl? Why ain't you talk about Tavares? Why ain't you talk about Christopher and these other things that with your 16,000 people audience? And this is coming from somebody with like a 2,000 live audience when it comes to these big events. 2,000. Everybody loved the fact that I used that small platform for specific Dolton issues.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just asking because because you guys could say the same thing about me. I wasn't trying to call anybody out. I was remember what people were saying in the chat. It'll be like, well, this person never responded. Because remember, I got the video of Jedediah saying, hey, I'm gonna call you later, but then he only told Kara to watch his live, and it wasn't until we got on Jedediah that she finally got the call, allegedly. But my thing is, do they have the same attorney? Did we find that out allegedly?
I don't know. I didn't check. Once I found out he didn't talk to her, it wasn't even that deep because you know, he don't owe me anything, and I need that to be understood for the record. But anybody I feel that it jeopardized my safety in any type of way, I don't care who you are. And then when it's followed up with you lying, I can forgive anybody for lying.
Wait a minute, I gotta pause it. How was your safety jeopardized, in your opinion? I just want to know.
That all that calling the police, having all them people call the police and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
They already was on live streamers' heads. And this is confirmed. What if they decided when all that police stuff was happening? I had just gotten to it with Morris. Morris didn't even want to give me his badge number. I'm talking about on my way out, I got into it with Morris, and this is on camera. He had already snuck out he was getting ready to speak when I left.
Okay.
He was getting ready to speak when I left. So he's literally feet away from me, getting into it with a cop. But he's where's he at? This is what he do. This is what he do.
He didn't even stay. I remember I was listening to your live. You were like, I was there the whole time, and he came late. I recall that. So this is my question when we get to the police, because if you guys don't know, y'all didn't see the video, I'm gone. Like when they say police, okay, nice seeing you. Because that's the type of environment I was raised in. That's I'm like, no, I don't mess with the police. The police don't listen. And that's in my blood. But now that I'm learning about rights and stuff, don't you think, like, if we're all in there, we legal, we good, don't you think we need to hold the police more accountable, especially in this area? Like, they can't come in there and bum rush us and bring them new K9 dogs they just got out today. They have to be accountable. And shout out to Trina Downs. I do see your point. She did everything from the guy being hung in the police station, from the girl that got beat up at the Shell gas station. I covered that in my Patreon. I'll make that video public. I covered that 2 years ago on my Patreon. They protested that Shell gas station when she wanted to use the bathroom and got hit in the face. And that guy's back there working to this day. I don't know if you guys know that. The guy that hit her, he's back in the Shell gas station, allegedly. But he's been working. When you see stuff like that in our community, you know the police is not coming to help. Sometimes I feel like, especially, I got to say, what Tommy G did, it made such a difference to show what is really going on. But shouldn't we hold the police accountable if they're just coming through, I can't breathe, doing this to our neighborhoods? This is crazy. You got your hoodie on now, just walking to the store to get a bag of Skittles. We need to start holding the police accountable.
I agree.
That's my thing. But I'm also, I don't know, because I'm like you. I'm like, look, when he said he called the police, I was like, let me get my purse up out of here.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Who have you seen him say what's up to besides you?
Who in his last, but he was going around, a lot of people were saying hello to him.
No.
Oh, who
did
said hello
he
to?
go say what's up to?
I wasn't following him like that, Shay. I'm being honest. My girl had to tell me twice he was in the room. I didn't know he was there.
He been there 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Who has he gone and said what's up to besides you that you've seen?
I haven't seen him say, nobody other than probably Trustee Steve. He said that's a trustee and shook his hand. I don't know, but does he have, okay, this is my question. Okay. You got it that way. This is a Long Island thing. You think that Long Island, this is me and you, y'all, if y'all just tuning in, Shay is my friend. So we're chopping it up and we're doing it live. I got one for you. How am I in Dolton and none of the trustees invite me anywhere? I don't go to Pablo's. The trustees don't call me. I'm here a voting.
Okay, I got an answer for that question.
I'm a voting citizen. And then not that I don't do it, trustees. I'm just saying, if you're saying the same thing, when the trustees don't even speak to me when they see me.
I have an answer for that.
What?
People be feeling like you don't be wanting to be disturbed.
I don't want
to I get why people can feel that way because of how you move. And I even told you a story about a certain person that you felt like they weren't feeling you, and I told you like they literally told me the exact same thing about you. Oh. So I get that because you move, because Burgundy moves really carefully. I love the way she moves. She moves like how I move when I don't know nobody. If I'm somewhere I don't know nobody or something like that, I would have been moving the same way she moves. So that's why you don't never hear me say nothing like, "Dang, Burgundy came in out. I don't know where she went." Nah, that's how she moved.
Yeah, I just get out the way because it's a lot of cameras, and I am kind of y'all. I told y'all I'm shy and I'm a little awkward. But I'm saying I'm a content creator on this platform. Do you think even one of the trustees in Dolton said, "Hey, let's go for a cup of coffee. I want to share a story with you"? You know who did? Clerk Key. Clerk Key was the only one that said, "I want to chop it up with you so we could, so you could hear my story." The trustees are Team Late Night Crew. I love it. I love it. But when I tell you Burgundy Blue Commentary is a registered voter of Dolton, and they won't even speak. How did that? But I'm supposed to excuse that. But Long Island is supposed to come in there and speak to everybody and give them. You know what I mean? It's like, to me, it's sort of the same thing.
First of all, you cannot try to clump a podcaster with elected officials. That's just you can't do that. You can't and then on top of that, you remember when I asked you to come to both of those places? They were the ones that told me to tell you. Both of those places I told you to come to.
Well, you said, and I was like, I'm not appropriate. Yeah, I was like, I'm not appropriate. Yeah.
Yes, and it was not a suggestion. It wasn't like I asked if it was cool, because I would just tell you the truth if that's what it was. If that's what I would just tell the truth, but that's not what it was.
Oh yeah, you always gonna speak the truth. Did you get a one-on-one invite from any of the trustees to meet somewhere and get something and hang out?
I didn't get any one-on-one invites.
Okay, so I'm just asking because I'm like, okay, that would be the same thing if I come in, I say, "Oh, hey, trustee so and so, you look great. Hi, trustee so and so, you look." Just asking. So it's not, they don't have to, because it's their right. It's their right. I feel like the same thing, like you said, I can't clump it together, but as someone that my vote counts.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Me and my family votes count. I'm not even please, trustees, I'm just using that as an example.
Nah, it's too late. They coming now. You already done messed it up. They coming now.
Don't come, because I've been voting for a long time. A long time. But I'm saying, if that was the case, you what's the difference if you like, well, why Long Island coming in there speaking to anybody or saying hi to somebody? I could say
just for the record, I just wanted to know. There was no implication in that question. I just wanted to know. Because I don't know. And I truly don't know. I really just want to know.
Yeah, I don't follow him like that. Like, literally, people have to tell me he's here. And then when I see him, I'm just happy to see him, because I'm like, man, you came back.
Right. I was happy to see him.
Yeah.
I was real life. Go back and check my stream. I was happy to see him. I needed his presence helped me in that moment. And I didn't want that to be lost on anybody. But it's like, people can hear when I say that part, and everybody can accept that, like, oh, that's a great thing to say. And when I give prayers to him, that's a great thing to say. But as soon as I criticize anything, then it turns like, oh, you're a hater, and I thought you prayed for him. And like, I didn't pray us in on unity and then go say the most divisive thing ever. That's not what I did. I prayed for his safety, and I stand on that.
You got the right. Let me tell you, Shay. I think your feelings are valid, and I think what you're saying is damn, you over here with 1 million subscribers, you could come in here and make more of a change. And I agree with that. But is it someone's, if
I
they
don't even think I'm saying that.
Oh,
That's
okay,
not
what
what
you
I'm.
saying?
I don't think that's what I'm
Put it
saying.
out there. Put it on out there. What you saying? What you
What
want?
I'm saying is don't be flexing unless you got stuff to flex about. When I sit, I'm gonna just tell you me personally. When I sit and hear him, that's why. Look, when I came in the room, Tiffany Henry stared me down. I have it on video.
I
wouldn't even
saw
look at
that.
him.
I looked behind to see what was going on back there. It was you.
She stared me down. And so with him, she knew that was getting at him, that she wouldn't even look at him. And and in my opinion, he started sounding like Tiffany. I got 16,000, 17,000, 18,000. You're being disrespectful. And now that's just my personal opinion on that. Now, from that, do I go, man, you don't need to come to Dolton? If you, no, bro, that is public comment. He can say what he wants. Now, I've been doing this for months now. Now, let's break this down. I've been doing this for months now, breaking down everybody's public comments. How come I can't break down his without an issue?
Oh no, I think you should. I absolutely,
But that's what happened is as soon as I broke down stuff that he was saying, then it turned into I'm hating because he got almost 1 million subscribers. And I'm like, I don't think you understand why I do this. I have millions of views hidden on my channel. I could care less.
Yeah, and I want to read this. Lana said, Cara Wilson lost a child. On a human level, that email would stick out. I can agree with that, Lana. I can agree. So we will see what will be the outcome. Like I didn't know anything about auditors. Let me tell you that at all. I'm being honest. And when it turned into this, I'm seeing people say that sometime he come back. I don't know about the lawsuits. We know Dolton can't take another lawsuit, please.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know anything about what he does other than going in there and showing people how to fight for their First Amendment rights, and then also giving training to the police about the First Amendment rights. I don't know anything else. I think it's a lot of people that cover this story, stay in their lane. Some people go above their lane. So I can definitely see what you're saying. And if you
I just want to ask you I want to ask you a question because I really want to know what you feel. I promise it's just an opinion I want from
you. Please.
How would you feel? Or how does it, or could it make you feel if you, with what you were doing, you went somewhere and you brought some light to some stuff, but you did it in a way that as soon as you left, they shut that building down for the general public that still lives there. Now wait. You come back and you go to the town over, and now you got 17,000 people flooding the police lines. Why would you not at least suspect that there may be some level of retaliation to the residents again?
I feel like definitely two things. I'm thinking it's a cultural issue, right? Number one, because you saw, I don't know if y'all saw the video when he said, I was like, okay, and I'm legal.
I saw that and was laughing.
I
was laughing. I tried not to bust you out on it, but the way you was edging off the side of the screen,
I was like, all right now. But also, I don't think that people realize how bad it is here. So the residents, he came. Now, I'm not to me. People are saying the auditors are coming, Long Island audit come, and then the next day was shut out. I feel like those guys that sat in the seat is the reason we got shut out of the village hall. But still, all the auditors are coming, right?
Okay.
So you're showing we're getting retaliated against. When I saw him come back, I thought, man, maybe he's going to be able to do something different. But nobody is coming to save us, in the words of Brittany Norwood. Nobody's coming to save us. But if they could shed some light, I don't know what he could do to make it right once we get retaliated against. Like if you calling the police now, if next time we go to the Thornton Township meeting and it's what you call it, metal detectors around, we gonna know why. You know what I mean? Because the police will call. Or if next time we see that Mayor or Supervisor Henyard had to switch cars, we gonna know why. It's like all of all of those things. So I don't know. I don't know how far this YouTube thing go. I don't know how much public information go. I don't know. I'm new.
Well, you got your ear to the streets, and pretty much everything you've told me about the streets of Dolton has come out to be true, right? Let me ask you a question. It's one thing me sitting here running my mouth like I do. If I went to Dolton and was actively searching out and messing with the police, do you think the residents would still mess with me as much as they do?
Hecky no.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
You'll be the. Remember, we thought Jedediah Versace belt was a badge. I blocked him immediately. he was blocked. No, sir. You know, he was blocked on site. Oh, he got a badge. But it's the culture here. It was so many things that went on live that I saw as a person that lived here. I was like, oh no, that ain't supposed, from everybody's different angles. I was like, oh no, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to, oh my God, this is gonna live on forever. So that's why I try to move around on my life, because I be trying not to get personal conversations. People lips be moving. I'm kind of like scared of all that. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't know if we're supposed to expect more out of Long Island audit, or if he's just doing what he does.
I think he's just doing what he does, and I don't expect more out of him. But that, like I said, I'm just that if he would have came over where I was at and was there with all that stuff, he would have gone uber viral just for being over there. He don't even know it.
The first amendment, like if he would have caught you and Don't Pray For Me No More violating that lady up front.
Oh, can I break some news on your channel?
Yeah.
I talked to her this morning.
From Lansing Journal?
Miss Melanie from Lansing Journal. I talked to her this morning.
Oh, great. Are you gonna cover that tonight?
Can I break it on here?
What a different a year make. Man, this is I didn't know this was in this video. I gotta retitle this. Because Shay called in. So this was at the beginning of my YouTube stuff. And this is so good that because Shay doesn't jump on anybody's live and do anything. So we were so honored. And then I missed this part. So I don't know if I say it, but if he would have caught Freedom Frank blocking Shay, he would have really Long Island audit. I mean, if he would have caught Freedom Frank blocking Shay, that would have been some tea. Like he could still be playing that today because Thornton Township was the hottest thing smoking, right? And then what else I wanted to say about that? Remember this one, you guys? Somebody reported that Don't Pray For Me No More knocked Melanie camera out, Melanie Youngsma camera out her hand, and she had to tell people what really happened, and it was an accident that didn't happen, or however that went, but that went super all over the internet. Like he basically slapped a journalist. It was crazy work. Oh yeah. Cynthia, we definitely, I think that Shay is one of the smartest people I ever met. One of the interesting people I ever met. He's very interesting, and it's like very interesting. We need more people like him, more fathers, more husbands, more people that protect women, things like that I got to learn, because remember, this is April. That was my first time meeting Shay. Other than that, I had just saw him in the corner of a computer screen. So yeah, I saw things different. He told me what he saw, and I have to say, hashtag Shay was right. And lastly, I want to say this, and I think I always pull back because it was this stigma that I was just, always under his balls, if you will, for hanging, swinging from his balls. So it was a stigma of that. And I sort of was like, let me try, back up a little bit. But yeah, he's a wonderful guy. He's a wonderful guy. And I'm glad I got to know him.
sure.
I talked to her this morning. She was having her rights violated, but here's exactly what happened. She sat down and Moore was trying to tell her that she couldn't record, and apparently Freedom Frank, the dude that was blocking me, had went over there and told her that if you sitting here, you can't like record. So she was taking pictures. She took some pictures, and then Moore, he carries this little trapper keeper type thing. He took it and was trying to block her camera with it. You know how they were doing me. He was trying to do that to her in the front row. And then like at one point he did like this, and she did like that, moved his arm, and then he snatched his arm back, and that's how it hit her phone. So that's why when they came over there, when Stephanie saw what she saw, they came over there, and then she was, she said that she vouched for him that it was probably an accident, because she said she did technically touch him first, and then when he snatched away like that, he hit her phone, and that's why people thought it was assault. She said, he did violate, he was violating freedom of the press, no doubt about it. But him actually hitting her phone out of her hand, he hit it out of her hand, but not like that.
Yeah, because they didn't want us taping unless you were in that media spot. But what I learned was you can do it anywhere. It's just a designated spot, but you don't have to stay there.
No, you don't.
And, if she now this is the question: if she pulled his hand down, is that on her or is it on him for knocking her? Like, is that too? Like, can he assault and she assault? Like, how does that work?
Well, the way that she explained it was like he was in her personal space. I saw the picture. I'm gonna show the picture tonight. I'm gonna show. I got a picture of this mug. Like how I got a picture of the back of the dude's hat. She got a picture of a trapper keeper, like right here.
Yeah, and we got another one. I'm gonna put it up there too. Yeah, Shay, that's right. I saw. Yeah, the trapper keeper, the blue one.
Yeah, the little blue one. Grown man walking around with a trapper keeper.
He's a mess. And look, that's what you have to be careful about, that PRAY or that PREY, preying on people. Because now, why would you do all that? And why did they not want this tape? This is something that Thornton Township should have been streaming anyway.
Right.
They should have been streaming this any way it goes, but they didn't. So this is like, I appreciate you because it is a touchy subject, but I think it's just all different angles. Like, it's some things I wouldn't see. Like when I saw Long Island the first time, I was like, oh, okay. He like, yeah, they called the police on me. I was like, bye. Good luck. Sharks is that way. Lemon pepper is fire. But then on the same time, I sort of got my confidence. Like when I was doing my stream, y'all, I was shaking every time somebody got to yelling because I was scared it was gonna be a fight or outbreak.
They don't understand the level of tension it had gotten in there.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad in there. Like, and we were right in the pit of employees. We were sitting over there like, where people was like, man, how long is this gonna be? I gotta be here. I have to vote. That's why Tiffany was counting those votes for her life. But here's a picture, Shay, I put up there. This is when Keith Freeman, I believe, was he pointing at after security got there. He was telling them what happened, and that's Brother Moore sitting there in the black. And I want to say Melanie was like behind him to the left, right?
And who's this person with the wide back?
When you put that picture up last night, I fell asleep, but that picture was hilarious. He actually waved at me, and I was kind of like, do I wave back, or am I intimidated by him waving at me? Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I'm like, Miss Mary, you're gonna F around and find out. That's why when Long Island came around there, I was gone. Like, okay, Long Island, like, you didn't call. They're gonna ask me a whole bunch of questions. Let me get on up out of here.
The funniest part about, I will say, the funniest part about that Long Island situation is regardless about what happened or whatever on the like the details, right? It's funny to know, like, it was kind of on some Pulp Fiction. You know how like in Pulp Fiction it has like, or not Pulp Fiction, but Jackie Brown, where they show like the same scene like 4 times, but like from different perspectives, so you can see like what everybody's going through. For me to know that like y'all was just back there having that casual conversation, and then when you heard the police, you start inching off, to know that I was on the other side of the building, paranoid like a crack fiend in the car. That did make me kind of chuckle myself, because I was like, bro, I was out there. To know that what y'all was on at the same time kind of cracked me up. But I don't have no personal beef. I'm God's son. I don't do personal beefs or whatever. I'm just very opinionated, honest.
No, I think you should be. I think that's one of the things we love about you. And then also you need to share, because it is a difference of opinion. Like, I didn't see from your perspective what was going on your side. That's important for people to see what's now. What if the police were called and you were the first person that was affected by it because you were on the opposite side before they even would have got to us? You know what I mean? We don't know. And that's how a lot of things happen, that people be like, wrong place, wrong time, right? Wrong place, wrong time, right? Just innocent. Okay, we got a black man with a hoodie. They don't know it's late night crew. They don't know you were there. And
thank the Lord I didn't have nothing like that on, because that, bro, I'd have stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. Oh, I have a question, Shay. Okay, so when Officer Hot Dog Head, they called him in a pack of hot dogs, when Officer Freedom blocked you, we got to hear everything. What made you not move around him? Was it nowhere else to go? You knew
No, I was completely against the rope to the right, and Josh Bootsma, Eric Crump, and some other mainstream media were to my left. So I literally would have just been blocking them. So I basically only had like I was standing in maybe a box where I could move maybe a foot to my left, a foot to my right. I couldn't really move forward because I would just be into his back. And then I could back up a little bit, but I mean, that didn't really help. And then like so people didn't realize that they were making adjustments. So when they was seeing that I was figuring out ways, because first he was turned sideways so he could always see how I move, but he realized that I was going to put the camera right in his face if he did that. So he turned around, like that's why he turned his back completely to me. So the township employees to my right, they were calling audibles. That's why they had the one short chick kind of try to stand right here and different things like that. It was weird. It was full court press.
Now, we saw your rights being violated on camera. No one can deny it. It's on camera. And I did hear you say, I'm not going to sue because that will affect the people of Dolton. I saw Melanie. We tried to, but the Lancet Journal got to get their coin. There's so many ads up. We couldn't even watch. They got to get their coin too. They
independent journalism.
Yeah. But my thing is, she contacted a couple of people, she said. Would you think about, it wasn't for a lawsuit, but it was about her rights being violated. It was a couple of people she contacted about her rights being violated. Would you do the same? Like, it wasn't for a lawsuit, but to make people aware, hey, it's not like calling the police, but I was a journalist trying to cover this story, and this is what happened to me. Freedom of press. Would you consider doing the same, or do you call that snitching or something like that? You know what I mean?
Oh, it's snitching. It's snitching, but whether or not I find it appropriate in the sense is like, if you can show me where that helps them, like, yeah, I'd do that or whatever. And I know I can sue these people personally if I really wanted to, but like I'm so serious where, bro, I know how I run my mouth. So yes, I don't want my rights violated, but I'm not so naive to pretend to not know why they did. You know what I'm saying? So I just want people to learn from that. And I actually did try to talk to them, let them know, like, bro, like, because, and I told him, you lucky you kind of bumped into me, because had it been, if they would have did that same thing to LIA, he's suing.
Yeah. Someone has a question.
He has the right to sue. I'm not going to seriously say he don't have the right to sue. You shouldn't have violated his rights on camera.
Yeah.
So
they have a question for you, Shay. Did you hear how Tiffany responded when Miss Mary called them out for blocking you?
No, I did not.
No, what happened, Scott Johnson? Because I want to know.
I do remember that part, because I was when she said that, I was telling him, I was like, she talking to you.
Wow. And I do know one of my girlfriends came up there, was like, could you please move? Could you please? And he was like,
multiple people, and shout out to everybody in the Thornton Township meeting that came up. It was multiple people. Was like, bro, what are you doing? Including Eric Crump, from Flossmoor Journal, or no, I don't know if it's Flossmoor Journal, Flossmoor, and I just misplaced the card. I had it sitting
Probably
up
the
there.
Southland Journal. Was it Southland Journal?
No, it was Eric Crump. I just had the card right here.
Wait a minute. Who said? Scott said she said cell phones are not the media. Who said that? Oh, that's what Tiffany Henyard tried to say.
Oh, so that's what's wrong, boo. I gotta step my camera game up. That wasn't impressing you. I got you, baby. Don't worry, I got you.
I'm gonna rewind it. Okay, yeah, because it got sticky in there, and you held your own, and you got some of the best shots. So we appreciate you so much. Not considered the meeting. It's a slippery slope. Blocking and completely stopping you from recording is debatable.
Not when you come up and say that they told you that your job was to block media from recording. There's no slippery slope there.
Isn't that crazy? Like, what don't you like? This is 2024. If you didn't, first of all, you know you're gonna be recorded. That's why your hair, nails, and makeup was done. So
right.
You know you're gonna be recorded. So this is where we at with it. But you know, we have to all play our part. Because shout out again to Gardis Watts. Shout out to Miss Trina. When I cried a little bit when she said, "I don't want your daughter in those situations."
Bars.
Man.
Bars.
Oh, it hit my heart.
Those were powerful bars.
Shout out to it was the young man that was asking. He's in your chat a lot. I'm sorry, his name is slipping me, but he was like, "What about how much? What's it gonna take for the FOIA request to come through?"
Paul Roberts.
Yeah. Shout out to him, people, and then Miss Wendy, who had the most education.
Man, they couldn't slip nothing past her, bro. She was like, I'm just trying to let y'all know, because I know most of y'all might not have time to read all this, but I read all of it.
She read, she kept going back until they produced that paper, which made Tiffany say, y'all could come here and get it. We shouldn't have to. All of that should be on the website like everything else. And shout out to Trustee Kiana Belcher and Trustee Tammy Brown.
Put that pressure on her.
Yeah, and Tammy Brown, I think her pen ran out of ink because I was watching her, and she was when Robert Hunt was reading them numbers, she was writing down, and I don't know if Kiana was getting it like what do you call it, like a voice memo. I don't know, but I saw Tammy Brown say, "You said it's $5 million in Chase. Ain't no bank in Chase and Hart. Ain't no Chase." They skipped right over that. That's why Robert Hunt was sweating. He was sweating.
He tried the best to be as low, fast, and monotone as possible.
Yeah, he couldn't get his numbers right because he was just like, and the last thing, because I know you got to go, but it was really cool to see the people hold their feet to the fire. It was a few people from Dolton, but Thornton Township was not having it, and we had our own homeless advocate, Jedediah Brown, take us to church. Take us to church. Jedediah Brown said, and I'm home. When they pulled him in the back, I was like, y'all, what we gonna do? Get the posters ready. I had
the camera. I literally was waiting for commotion, and I let everybody know once he came back in the room too.
Yeah, I didn't know how to type, so I was trying to say they took Jedediah to the back, like at the timestamp. But how brave I'm not trying to use his stature, but that man has a powerful voice. How brave of him.
He had on slides. Sliding across the room, terrorizing everybody.
When he got Michael, what's his name? Michael Smith. He got everybody riled up. I got on video, Jedediah getting into it. And Long Island audit, you getting blocked. So everything behind us was going on. That whole back row y'all was at was a mess.
It was crazy back there, and they pumped the heat up. It was so hot right there.
Yeah, that's why people thought. Well, she said, if you had paid your phone bill, your problem. My phone was burning.
I said, what? Well, that's because I had learned out right before the meeting, like the village employees' phones had got turned off.
Wow. Mara says, Dr. Cloud was in your chat spilling the tea on why they pulled Jedediah Brown back there to begin
Shout out to Dr. Cloud.
Yeah, shout out to Dr. Nikita. I call her Face Card Cloud. She's so beautiful.
It's all of y'all. Just for the record, y'all, they all fine in Dolton. All of them. All of them. I ain't even gonna hold they all look prettier in person. And I know it sounds like I'm hating, except Tiffany. It was a total, I was let down.
You so funny. You know what? Tiffany is so, I always wonder, this sound weird, but I wonder, her stylist and her makeup artist, I wonder if they're men, because Tiffany don't even need all that.
No, she don't.
She don't need all that. She don't. She's a cute girl. She did not need, like, the way they be trying to beat her and contour her up like she getting ready for, I don't know. I'd be like, she don't need all that. And Michelle Obama didn't do all that, not to compare them, but I'm like, girl, you do not need all that. You look good.
Well, can I ask you, can you answer this question about the township? Like, why would the lawyer not just say she's the township lawyer? Why wouldn't she just say that?
Nobody up there identified themselves, and it was no name tags for you to know who anyone was. That's a good question.
They going to prison. That's the first sign of prison.
Shout out to Stephanie Winderman for having some balls.
Man, she was jaying her down.
She said, I just saw it on your laptop.
First of all, I can be searching for anything on my laptop.
That township attorney, she was sweating. Her hair got all
She had to get advice from Tiffany. Tiffany was literally advising her. Don't say nothing. Just don't even say nothing.
I think Tiffany was mad that Michael Delgado sent her instead of Michael Delgado.
Oh, Delgado did. I was there. I would have loved to get Delgado on camera. Delgado knew, man, they all knew what it was.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, I almost didn't go, but the residents told me, like, bro, go. We need you to go.
Yeah. I'm glad you went. Shout out to, I saw people walking around with the late night cruise shirts on. That was pretty cool.
Insane night.
And let me also say, I think if Lori Lightfoot, I don't know if you missed this part, Shay, the reason why
I'm the captain now.
I think the reason that Tiffany is the lawyer's name as well. I think the reason, I'm gonna put her up here for y'all that did. Oh, I might have deleted it. Yeah. Tiffany, I think she didn't answer the question because I think Delgado and them, if y'all think Lori Lightfoot making $400 an hour or something, what you think Delgado and them make?
15, 16.
I think they like, I honestly think, and I have to say allegedly at this point, but I think they like, man, we're gonna bleed this town dry because they so dumb. They just paying us whenever, because they
when I heard that Delgado pulls up to the meetings in a Bentley truck.
Are you serious?
Delgado comes to every meeting in a Bentley truck. That's the type of respect for the village he got. He pulls up in the Bentley truck.
Yeah, I think, I've been teeter-tottering on this, but the fact that he was a prosecuting attorney and then the village attorney left and he was just like, okay, I'll take that spot. He knew they weren't educated enough to know what was being billed, how much is being. I bet you he billed them if he got to print out a sheet of paper. Every time he make a phone call, they getting billed. So they complain about Lori Lightfoot getting $400. Like some people are saying that. I would love to see.
Don't he be getting like 48? Don't he be asking for like $48,000 a month? Ain't that what they be trying to take off the warrant list?
He be getting, I don't know, but I know it's triple what she be trying to take Odelson off the warrant list for. Triple that.
Okay, item number 1: terminate the contract of Bert Odelson. Let's go.
Like that's who you, but nobody
want to.
And Shay, how did Delgado, this is the question, how did he even weasel, and I'm sorry, I gotta say it, but how did he weasel his way over to the township? How did that happen?
Who? You talking about Delgado?
Yeah, he wasn't the township attorney,
You
right?
seen Delgado? Delgado looked like he can weasel to a lot of places. He gonna weasel somewhere after this.
Yeah, somebody said those 18th floor suite of Michigan Avenue law offices don't pay for themselves.
You know they don't.
Yeah, and then they're becoming not the village attorney, not the township attorney, but Tiffany Henyer's attorney because that check is good.
Hannibal has a theory last night on his live about Delgado and the protection of Tahoe Tiffany. I see all bad coming out in the end.
Well, yeah, because I mean, that's literally his job. His job is it's supposed to be to protect all of them, and he just decided to just protect her. So I do understand it from that point, but like this is how attorneys are, bro. When all this go belly up, the stuff that could actually get him put in prison, he is going to be clear of. He gonna tell what he's supposed to tell and all these other things. Like Delgado ain't no dummy. He know that they dummies. Of all the people, I don't think Delgado's the dummy. I think he was the dummy for. It's kind of like a karma thing. He know that they were dumb and was gonna try to take advantage of them. And when I say they, I'm not talking about like the village.
No.
I'm talking about Tiffany.
I about to say Keith Freeman was like, go ahead and pay him. Go ahead and pay him. Yeah.
Those are the people I'm talking about. He knew were idiots. Them. So, but then he got in with them, and bro, I guarantee if he knew that he would be where he at now with them, he wouldn't have took that check. I don't believe that.
Now let me tell you this. I feel like you're 100% spot on that. And then when Tiffany frustration that night with Tiffany the lawyer, because her name's Tiffany as well. Super Mayor frustration with Tiffany was, Heifer, I pay you enough. Why do I have to step in to check Stephanie? Because if you notice, Tiffany kept getting up, Tiffany the lawyer, she kept getting up to check Stephanie.
Yeah, walking around over there to like try to whisper in her ear.
Yeah. And she was like, I pay you enough. Basically, I feel like the super mayor is like, I'm paying y'all to deal with this. Deal with it. I said comment. It's public comment. Oh, yeah, the agenda changed. I said what I said. Find a loophole.
I'm paying you to find the loophole so you can tell them to shut up for me.
That exactly. Someone says Sports Mania. Delgado law offices represents all the Black and brown villages and communities in Illinois.
Not surprising.
Yeah, Dolton has a $30 million budget, and just think they got an invoice at the trustees meeting for $950,000 from Delgado, just from there. So if the village is getting that, how much you think Thornton Township is giving them? And I'm not trying to pocket watch. But
I feel you. That's why, like, whether or not I agree on Uncle Lightfoot, they got Uncle Lightfoot at a discount. So, you know, a substantial discount, almost like a free trial, if you will. And that, when we talk about that type of stuff, 30,000 in that world. And so, yeah, like, okay, she belly ups on this. Well, you still got this Delgado hole you got to deal with.
Yeah, and that's what I think that letter went out when he tried to say, if y'all go forward with this Lori Lightfoot.
Let me tell you about that letter. I heard the trustees were actually mad that Bert Olson just gave the idea of what the letter was. Delgado apparently in that letter actually was cussing niggas out.
Ooh.
This happened. Delgado got the like threatening, F word this, F word that, F word. Like I heard that Delgado got a little saucy. It was a little extra saucy, and Bert Olson just gave the recap of the email. They wanted him to read the actual email. I think Bert felt like it was, maybe we shouldn't, but yeah, Delgado has some real strong language.
Yeah, because Bert probably was like, that's gonna cause another lawsuit. Let's not read it. I'm assuming. But yeah, I would have liked to hear that because Delgado, you in danger, girl. You in the land of the Lulu. They coming. Whoa. Hey,
you think Delgado gonna snitch on Tiffany at all?
Shawan Burns is in the house. Hi, Shawan Burns.
Shawan Burns, what's happening?
What's happening? Do I think he's going to snitch on Tiffany? I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think like whatever's going out right now with how Lori came in, and we don't know, but we feel like she was able to break that Andrew Holmes situation really, really fast. I think it's going to be something simple that's going to drag her, right?
Right.
And you guys know, I have always said, dang, I don't want to see that girl go to jail. I don't. I just wish she would stop and get it together, but I know that's wishful thinking and it's not that easy. But I think what's going to happen is
Tiffany is going to spill the beans on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be something small that's going to come about, and then they're going to be like, okay, she needs to step aside, and she's going to have to do that. And then she'll be like, just like with the old administration, we always hear her say, y'all wasn't saying that when Zuccarelli and you weren't saying that when Stephanie, and you weren't saying that when y'all was getting bonuses. She's going to drag everybody. So if it's something, you ever been cool with somebody, and when y'all was cool, you just let them into your world from the beginning, then you start to figure out who they were, and then later down the line, they held on to that T, like, oh, Delgado, oh, why you worried about that? How about you used to make Maxwell Street give you free Polishes every day, and you was swiping. How about you was at Blueberry Fields swiping the credit card for one pancake meal, but then tipping the $800 charge? It could be anything crazy.
Yep.
Anything crazy could be going on. I think that's what's going to bring the empire down. I think that Tiffany probably has a lot of people that were doing wrong around her, and she'll be able to cut a deal. She's gonna be able to cut a deal. I don't think she'll go down by herself.
Well, I mean, I personally feel like this is why I think Keith Freeman, bro. I know I joke about Keith Freeman and stuff like that, but he got to really assess his situation, because if he don't see the play of how they are slowly trying to blame everything on him, everything. And then on top of that, another thing, I'm gonna just say this as a man. I'm gonna speak as just a man, as a father. I'm a father of a teenage girl. On top of that,
oh nice.
I do not understand how I could be Keith Freeman and still rocking with any of this after Michael Connect the Dot Smith, Andrew Holmes, and the other person that Tiffany had hired. I forget his name. This is 3 people involved with sex crimes.
That's ridiculous.
As a man, I'd be out. I probably been out after the first one, definitely after the second. I wouldn't have been there for a third.
Yeah,
because then people gonna start looking at me. You might be number 4. You hang with all of them.
Yeah. And let me tell you something. Jedediah coming here, baby. This ain't gonna be the end of it. That ain't gonna be the end of what's gonna be exposed. Because Dolton, in my opinion, is not. I always try to think about it.
Big shout out to John Q. I see John Q.
Hey, John
Q. I ain't mean to interrupt you. I just want
to. No, you're good. Hear him on YouTube. Thank you for your membership. Shawan Burns is in here.
I don't know what game Hiram on YouTube was playing. I was watching him. He was just casually going through, sliding everybody. He looked like he was playing this video game where I don't know if it was like Fortnite or something. It was some type of game kind of like that, but he was acting like Jedediah. He was just running around with like this belt whooping people.
Yeah. Oh, this crazy. Not a belt. And you guys, and I will shout out Shawan Burns is in here. Shawan, I brought you up in my chat earlier regarding Cara Wilson. Didn't mean any malice, just making sure I was just putting it out there. That was in my chat. What was going on? We were comparing like social media not influencers. What are we? I don't know if I'm a content creator. I don't think I'm a content creator. I don't even know what I am. I'm just a lady on YouTube. So just wanted to let you know that was content that people were bringing up in my chat. But I do watch you and I like you. I love you, actually. Follow you. What else is going on? Delgado, Miss T. Everybody saying, hey, Shay, hey, Shay. Oh, Shawan, thank you for the $10 chat. I think you're right. I believe someone from higher up is protecting Tiffany. Keith Freeman is a little B. Keith Freeman, I don't know how he got that job.
He's lost weight.
He's stressed. He turned gray hair.
Sick. He looked like he didn't. I'm on some real, no jokes aside, all jokes aside. He looked like he did not feel good. He looked sick.
Yeah. You know what? Can you imagine let me tell you, I was in the Dolton. First of all, Dolton politics, whoever's in charge, I know who's in charge because I just figured it out the other day. Y'all need to revamp that group. People, wait a minute. I got a question for you, Shay. I always love talking to you about this kind of stuff. Where's Miss Vivian at? She missed 2 meetings.
I didn't see her the whole time I was there.
Miss Vivian has missed 2 meetings. And if you guys don't know who Miss Vivian is, I hate to label her like this, but she's the woman that had the tumor.
She the one with the butt that walked with her butt poked out.
She has a walker.
Oh, that's why she be poking it out. Oh, my bad.
Miss Vivian goes on a walker. He talking about people booties on a walker, y'all. Lord, Shay is hilarious. Miss Vivian, she's the one that get up and yell about Tiffany and the wigs, and she helped with the campaign. I'm worried. I haven't seen her in the Dolton politics group for about a week. The last we heard from Miss Vivian, she said that she had to move because people was trying to threaten her, so she got a hotel room. And then she was in the Dolton politics group going off. But then she has missed. She said she was gonna be at that Dolton board meeting. She wasn't there, and she missed the Thornton Township board meeting. Somebody who know Miss Vivian, just check on her. I don't know her personally, but I was just like, wait a minute, where is she? Where's Miss Vivian? Be out. She don't care. She get off radiation and be up in there.
I expected to see her. I thought I was gonna see her while I was there.
Yeah. Clark said she was saying something to Midwest artists that she stole Tiffany's boyfriend. Yes. And thank you again, Shawan. Also, so that Dolton politics group, they put a picture up of Keith Freeman and his children, even though it's public.
Nah, that's
you need
out
to
of bounds.
leave children and wives up out of there. Like that Dolton politics group, it's just getting really messy. We need a new group for people that really want to do something. I don't even know why nobody covered Shay traveling to come to Dolton. Y'all don't know what that means. Dolton is a few blocks. So for somebody to travel to come here and stay, like I told you, Spencer Cornelia got off on 142nd on Dolton Avenue, and he got right back on at Sibley and went right back to the airport. Spencer was like, nope. So for somebody to stay and be immersed in the culture, Shay went to Pablo's. Do you know I never been to Pablo's? Never been to Pablo's. Shout out to Shay.
And I invited her. I told her to come on down to Pablo's. She wasn't messing with it.
Pablo's. I forgot. What's it called?
Pablo's or placebos.
Y'all, I've never been to Pablo's or placebos, and I've never been to Mr. Rinky's. I have been to Wilma's barbecue, but I haven't been to Mr. Rinky's. I really haven't kicked it in Dolton, and Shay came to Dolton and he really kicked it. I've never kicked it in Dolton since probably in my 20s. I just haven't. So that should have been something covered on Dolton politics, to see people from a different area really immersed in the culture here. It's something different. It's people. You know where I wish you would have went? Where? Big Woods Barbecue. I want to, because he's not open still. I wish, but I know it was a weekend you was there. Big Woods Barbecue. He's the one that was on the podcast.
Yeah.
Larry. I saw him at the meeting, but I wish you could have went by there and checked him out. And
well, here's the plan for me. If everybody show up to that first meeting the same way they did, to where they have to move it at the park, I'll be at the next park meeting as well.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, I think you should go. I think that'd be really cool. And you guys, I will be covering the May 1st. I think it's that first week, because we're gonna be we're gonna be locked out again.
Right.
So I'll be.
But you got to make it official in order to get it.
Yeah, we have to be there. But come back, Shay. Come back and see some more things. I want to show you a couple of old school places when you come. I know you only had limited hours.
Yeah, I didn't really get to kick it with Berg, and I didn't really get to kick it with Cara. And I didn't get to really kick it with Critical Smoker. So there's a few people I got to see. I'm going to try to make sure I'm back. This time when I come back, I'm going to try to stay for a whole week.
Oh, man, you going in a week.
I'm going to try to. We see what the Lord say.
Look, I ain't been there a week. You just stayed it. But yeah,
I might make it up to the city, a day or two.
Yeah, we got to get Italian Fiesta. You got to get some other spots.
I went to that Citgo. I actually went to that Citgo.
The Citgo. Now, what happened at the Citgo?
Well, I went there and got some blunts.
Okay, that's how you got a juice. Now you got to go to. I wish that you could talk to. I don't want you to just talk, because you have such a mass audience. I hope you could talk to Napoleon Harris. I know you can't. I know the mayor is not going to give you an interview. Napoleon Harris, because because you said you smashed.
She a woman. I'm the first person to tell her that I would smash. This is targeting.
She's a lady.
I feel targeted.
You can't
Ladies like to be told that. Y'all just lie. Y'all not allowed to say out loud. That's why when you say it to most girls, stop.
Yeah.
You crazy. Ew. Yeah, so stop.
Roll to 100K. Let me tell you something. Roll to 100K late night crew for sure. Let me tell you something.
That's not even a real thing.
I want you to. It is because you're reaching the masses. Hopefully, you know, it'd be really cool. Now, if y'all got some balls, not you. Say, Stacy Corral, Public Works. Talk to late night crew.
Stacy, bro, I want to talk to Stacy. You know who I do want to talk to on the real?
Who?
T.O. Hardiman.
Ooh, now that's an interview right there.
I want to talk to T.O. Hey, you can come cuss on there. You ain't got to worry about that. You come on over here and cuss, T.O.
T.O., you know who else? I want you to talk to, if you can, Riley. I would love to know.
Riley Rogers?
Yes. I would. Riley Rogers. Sean Howard, the old spokesman that spoke on Lexi case.
Okay.
And you know, these are people that probably would not come forward.
Exactly.
I would love to hear Michelle Staples' point of view.
I can't interview her. I done seen too many pictures about her.
You saw stuff? I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, you don't even know nothing about this, but I saw some pictures.
Okay, we'll leave that out of there. But Stacy Corral.
I want to talk to Tanjanique.
Tanjanique. Oh yeah. She's not coming. Tanjanique.
She's not coming.
She's not coming. But
I want to talk to the crisis actor, that chick that work at Thornton Township. You can come over here and I'll talk. I won't pull my camera out so you don't have to fear for your life.
No. Let's start with something small. I'm saying it's small. Stacy Corral and the Second Chance people. I would love to hear from them, but I do know they under the mayor's command. But it would be really cool because Public Works turned into a bunch of young people. They really do put in hard work. I don't know any of them personally, but I want to know what is their experience. What's going on there? What's going on? I can't wait for Clerk Key to say something too. But yeah, like just these people that's not talking. I would like to hear from them and some residents that's not. Nobody really sat down and gave Mr. Lee an interview. How long Mr. Lee been here? I know he said it, but
because I interviewed Mr. Lee for a hot second after the meeting at the park.
Mm-hmm.
So I made sure to stop talking to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee definitely gave some good bars. That's what I'm gonna do today is release some of them interviews and whatnot.
Oh, I cannot wait. Yeah, because I want to hear from Mr. Lee a little bit more and see what's going on. I wish that we could talk to the what's the name of that department? I want to talk to Kim. I want to be like, Kim, what were you doing before this? I just want to know, because sometimes that's all it is. Where were you before this? Mr. Moore, what was you doing before this that made you have to use your trapper keeper as a weapon?
What is that spider he always wears on his coat?
You call it the Black Widow.
Yeah, that's like, I thought that was like a logo of Tiffany.
I don't know. I saw some ladies at the meeting with that. Like, and if we could get like a little, just a little bit of insight from people that's like Keith Price. We begged him to come up.
I want Keith, bro. Don't you know that was something that everybody asked me that I talked to? Basically, like, is Keith Price like people? Keith Price will never threaten me like he threatened them women. He walked past me like he ain't hear all the stuff I said about him.
I feel like, and then like someone said that he used to be something in Harvey. So is it like I said, you take away a man's ability to make a man, woman, I'm not gender, but you take a person's ability away to give them the basic needs, clean up. Hunger pains are a real thing. If you really If you don't, you can't feel your belly and
When you
protect.
get so hungry you can't eat.
Oh my God. And then never heard of that. Like people don't know this is a real thing. I've been there where I haven't had the ability to not be hungry. I wasn't hungry like that, but the ability to have income. You know, if you take away that from somebody, that's what I think a lot of people are scared of, the fear. These jobs, these six-figure jobs, those jobs are pretty easy too, Shay. I'm sorry, y'all can get mad at me. Them jobs like Kim sitting up in there saying she gonna quit. They just sitting up there in the water department.
Quit.
Chill, quit. Oh girl, quit. Like
Yeah.
these are pretty. Do you think Stan Brown is breaking a sweat at work every day?
I think Stan Brown is one conversation away from turning on Tiffany completely.
You do?
If you want my total, I got an exact clip you can go look at. Go look at when Jason House now adjourned that meeting at 7:58. All of them left out, and Kiana walked past and clearly was talking to him for a second. Then when she walked off, if you look at Stan Brown, he never even, they at the table scrambling, trying to figure out what they gonna do. Delgado, Freeman, all of them. Stan Brown just sitting in his chair like this, looking at them like, man, I wish I could go. Man, they going to Disney World and I can't even go. Man, my mama mean. I wish I could go with them. And go back and watch. And it was like for like 5 minutes. He never once turned, looked like, so what are we doing? Da, 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 da. He was the only one. Everybody else doing it. Stan Brown just sitting there. Stan Brown, he was at the meeting on, he was at the township thing on Monday.
Yeah, I saw.
And then he snuck up out of there.
My camera. You know who he told to move my camera?
Who?
You saw, remember on Tyrant Terminator when he got walked out by the man that spoke like
I don't know, you may have a gun on you.
Remember the man that was speaking like one of the Jacksons, like Jackie Jackson? He was like, hi, he was sitting behind me, and Stan motioned to him, from what I understand, for him to stop me from recording. And that soft-spoken man that works that walked Tyrant Terminator out, from what I understand, was like, no, you know, we can't stop her. You know, just, you know, he didn't tap me on the shoulder like he was allegedly instructed. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, this whole situation, and I have a question for anybody that's a professional in my chat, or Shay, or anybody that knows. Stan Brown retired from the post office. He getting that check. He getting a trustee check. He's on the fire and police board. He's getting that check. He's over at Thornton Township. He's getting a check for that. And I don't know. I'm like, wait a minute. So what happens when you retire? Can you collect all those checks like that?
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering. So you just go right back into the work sector. So you're not. You can still.
It has to be set up a certain way, but for lack of better terms, yeah, it's kind of like how, you know, for lack, you know, just one analogy is like how you'll see an NBA player retire from the NBA, but then go work for NBC or something.
Very cool. Thank you for that. Because I was like, wait a minute, would that mess up his retirement? Because I'm like, what is Stan doing? Stan, like, I got 6 jobs. And last question, Shay, because I got long-winded. What do you think about?
Wait. Man, we recognize? No, you got to play it. I'm here. You have to play it.
That's our part.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Can you imagine when she went up there and said, y'all, we got, my next clip is going to be, it's not my problem that you didn't pay your phone bill. I was like, what?
And that was crazy because nobody even mentioned. I knew what it was, but I never said nothing to like my viewers or nothing because I didn't know how public it was. But when she said that, I was like, this idiot don't admit it.
My whole thing is, when you're telling us the township got a soup kitchen and it's like, she like, we help you with all this and it's free. Then you chastise us, like Jardis said today, when the lady called for a ride, like we heard Mayor Henry say you get a ride for free. They told her to call an Uber. She worked. Like it's getting out of hand.
Keith Price can't be in charge of them food boxes. I stand on that.
Stop it.
I stand on that. I'll just leave it there. I stand on that.
What do you think about Andrew Holmes walking around in his vest from CTA, still like he don't got a care in the world? Like, what's going on?
I heard about this when I got there. And I was floored. They were like, yeah, Andrew Holmes still be just walking around here like nothing happened. I'm like, what? Yes, that is. So if y'all thought Burgundy was playing, she's not playing. Andrew Holmes still out in the streets jogging behind cars.
He's still out here. What, you know what?
Time to get a criminal off the street, I guess.
It's nothing taken seriously. You know what I mean? Like that's.
But I hate to use this analogy, but it's kind of like a wheel thing. Like if I was facing some real trouble, it wouldn't be surprising if I decided to go on the air and cut somebody out. That's because that's kind of my wheel. Like if Jedediah was feeling pressed, he'd come to the meeting like he did in that public thing. That's his wheel. So maybe just the wheel.
I think they need to, yeah. I don't know.
Maybe his whole thing is just like, this is what I know. This is what got me popular. So maybe I need to go. Because, with all this stuff, he wasn't doing it as heavy as he once was. So maybe he feel like if he can activate the streets again, they'll come defend him.
Activate
Other than that, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't understand what he's doing. And then on top of that, I don't understand why the allegations go out and he won't be a gentleman and just step down or to the side until the allegations are clear. Or the mayor does not say, you know what, until this is clear, I stand behind this woman.
It's easy. Do you remember that picture that I showed with him wearing that hard hat with that Levi 501 jacket?
Yes.
That jacket told me that he's going all the way with this one.
Yeah, it's a lot of stubbornness going on all around.
I've never seen their level of stubbornness, but that's the stuff like with Tiffany. Like I think she's gonna end up getting more time than any other mayor has ever gotten, just off the strength of she's not gonna want to chill out when it's time to get that time. She's gonna be running her mouth from beginning to. I don't be surprised if Tiffany run through multiple lawyers.
No, every time I hear that, when people like, and I know y'all be getting so mad at me, not you, Shay, but a lot of people in my chat, you too, probably. I'd be like, damn, I just wish she would stop because I don't want to see her get. How much time you guys serve at Fed time? Like 90% or something?
95.
Oh, like I'm the youngest. Not if you go there.
Not if you go there. You won't be when you come out.
You won't be the youngest. Let's just stop it. And I feel so bad for her daughter. And I just don't know. Like I said, I'm on the outside looking in, so I'm only judging for what I see. But yeah,
I got her when she get locked up. I'm gonna keep her stipend full.
Her stipend. and you know what? Last person, Shay, Chris Gonzalez. He need a real late night crew interview.
I want to talk to Chris Gonzalez. He talked to me for a second, and he said he watched, and I know with what he said, I at least know whether or not he actually watched, he did know who I was. And I want to talk to kid because he let me my civil rights get violated. I was in his house. At the end of the day, that wasn't on no Thornton Township, none of them. Chris Gonzalez, I hold Chris Gonzalez higher because his whole shtick is, I'm the one guy that's not with any of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one guy that's not with any of this. But I heard that's only the case because you didn't get what she promised you. And I saw how he was moving in person, which I can't believe that. I ain't gonna say that that's true, but I can believe it.
Did you go to Vegas?
Did you go to Las Vegas? Did you go to Las Vegas? First of all, I want to give Trustee Chris Gonzalez. I want to give you a round of applause for a great show tonight. Great show. I wanted to trip him so bad.
I
just want to see him fall over. Like, I don't want nothing bad to happen to him. I just want to see you ever get a good belly laugh from somebody just taking a tumble? I need one of those with him. I just need to see Michael Smith just fall over.
Michael Smith needs to, I can't imagine having all those allegations, as y'all say, against me, and I'm standing at the microphone calling everybody else out on their sins. Like, no, just.
That was just next level messy. I thought he was getting ready to say, now you didn't smash somebody's mama? You went over somebody's mama house? I mean, Michael Smith took that meeting somewhere it wasn't supposed to go.
Everybody started leaving. They was going opposite of him, and it just got so bad. And then Tiffany was egging it on. He like, let's talk about it. She was pointing. She like, yeah. I'm like, wow.
I'm sitting here watching her. Nobody in the crowd. Just so you know, when Tiffany's laughing, she was the only one in that building laughing. Not even her people were laughing.
I kept on telling everybody it was some Grey Goose, like Fannie Williams. Fannie Williams said she don't like wine. She like, it was some Grey Goose in that Fiji bottle. It wasn't no water. She would take a sip.
Somebody said it was Molly water.
Every time when she would, I said, how much water is in this bottle? She's still going.
But she never takes a hard, it is never even a big sip either, like it's some alcohol or something.
Yeah, she probably, I mean, if I would have had to have a little gummy before I sat up there myself. Like, nah, I can't sit up here and deal with it, but you have to. That's what has the seat. But it would have been much easier if they would have gave everybody the figures they were asking, posted it on the township. Stop trying to transparency. That's all people asking for. A little transparency.
But like Trustee Belcher said, they don't want nothing on record because they not gonna answer no questions because they don't want nothing. Trustee, you out of order. Shut your ass. You out of order. Be quiet.
Wait a minute. I gotta play this part before you go, because this is what Shay, we gotta blame Shay for this, because I felt like Shay was back there. I know he was being blocked. But if Shay, if you would have cut the lights off during this part, this would have been amazing. Like, if you would have just cut the lights. When Don Core got up there to say this.
First of all, we understand one thing. When you're doing wrong, you need to be corrected. So I only have one question, Ms. Darlene Gray. Do you think that the board is doing a good job right now? Frank told me to ask you that.
Yeah, you could have shut the man when he said that. You felt that went through everybody's bones. You felt that.
We all was like, did he say that? You should have cut the lights off, Shay.
That was game over. Like that was in the core.
He said, Frank told me to ask you that. And you know, Don Core knows where the skeletons are buried. Don Core knows more than. You know, I just would look. That's who needs an interview. Don Core.
Don Core is at the top of my list.
Yeah, because to sit there and campaign, he was outside of the trustees when they were outside yelling at Trustee Ed Steve. He was yelling at him. He was intimidating people to vote for Tiffany. Sorry, Don Core. You know, it was what it was. You were team.
Stand on 10 toes, Stephanie. Sorry, Stand on 10 toes.
It was what it was. You know, you was riding and dying for Tiffany Henyard. So. What happened? And he still works for the township. I was shocked. So I'm
years, he said, right?
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so if you're an employee, you still held your spot. So she couldn't get rid of Don Core. I believe Don Core know where the skeletons are. He got to. But thanks, Shay. I hope I'll be long-winded with you all day. And I appreciate you so much for all you do. And thank you for giving me, I always say, thanks for getting me over that threshold. I had a goal in mind, and you made sure your people came through and got me to that goal. Thank you. I got it.
We didn't do anything.
Yes, y'all was there. And I'm gonna have to change my voice while I'm out, because now people know. They like,
can't. It's over for that. It's over for that.
And tell the trustees, don't come calling me. I was just saying.
No, you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, they don't, and then I don't want.
It's my channel, and I do what I want to.
That's that bull, bro. You right, because I'm getting ready to go exactly to the place where I'm gonna be doing exactly what I want.
I love it, and I get in that chat and act the fool on Late Night Crew, y'all. That's Burgundy After Dark. Okay, look, I'm out of here. 2:30. Shay from Late Night Crew has a live stream set up. 2:30. Remember, today was the 3rd of September. Okay. And he had a big day today. So 2:30. Let's head over to Late Night Crew. Support Shay. Send him all the love. And I'll see y'all soon. It's pretty cool to look at these flashbacks.
Poor Shay, I was talking his ear off, child. Bless his heart. He was like, look, let me go to sleep. I guess I was long-winded.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
And y'all let me know how you like this consistency so far on Burgundy Blue Commentary. Bye.
Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy.